Recording to lobby.
I'm almost ready. I'm just trying to figure out how I can connect Streamlabs to my chat, because right now it's still not doing what I want it to. The integration isn't quite as easy, or how do you say, as streamlined as Twitch. Some oddities. adjusted. Good evening, everybody. I don't know if you heard me talking over the music or not, but I was just trying to take a moment to see if I can get my Twitch chat, or sorry, my YouTube chat cloud bot thing to work. Hi, how's it going? Today we are going to be messing around and goofing off. And, yo, what up, Music Soul? How are you? Yeah, today we're going to be doing some... Oh, why'd you retract the message? I was giving you a warm welcome. He's like, hi. Nah, I didn't mean that. What I really meant to say was I hate you and I hate your guts. Hi. How's everybody doing today? We are not going to be doing anything with guitar. Hi, Kyle. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. It is early as poop in the morning. It's 5:30, which I usually have a really odd sleeping schedule. I don't think that my body operates on a 24-hour circadian rhythm. But it's okay. I don't know what I just played, but that was really cool. Anyways, we've got a heavy Neuro Tune that I started yesterday from scratch. The VOD is somewhere. You can go to the Discord and look for the link to go watch it, but it's unlisted because I don't want long story. Anyways, I don't really even want to. So yeah, I'm going to be focused on producing. If you guys have questions regarding the tune, I'd be happy to answer, but try not to ask me something that's completely arbitrary from what I'm doing, if that makes sense. Don't be like, hey, can you tell me how to write seventh chords while you're doing sound design? Try to keep it like production focused, you know what I mean? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I've only been playing for a couple years. I've been playing piano for a lot longer, but sound design is my jam. I'm not a musician. I'm just a computer nerd. So yeah, let me know how you guys are doing in the chat. The party is getting ready to start. High energy. I just had my coffee and then I had a really good stretch before I sat down. I have my ice pack on my chair, and so maybe I'm just like ready to fire off. I don't really want the lights to be on because that way you can't see the dark circles under my eyes, but yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Oh, I don't even think that I need this window because I'm talking today. Yesterday, like, whenever I started Tune, I really try to focus on, like, not talking. So that way I can really try to focus on what I'm doing, which makes it a much more boring stream sometimes. But, I mean, I streamed for about 3.5 hours, and we got a lot done. So I got an intro done, and then we also got a main section done. I'm going to go back and actually redesign some of these basses, I think, because they sound cool, but I don't really feel like they fit the track. And then, I didn't even notice a face cam before I mentioned it. Hello. Yeah, sometimes I like to do face cams. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just want to, like, stream with a tank top and not be noticed, but yeah. But the lights are in the back. The lights are in the background, and those are kind of nice. There's also a blue light up in the ceiling. You can't really see. Oh, there it is. That's kind of nice. Non-talking stream was interesting in its own right, to be honest. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, there's a lot of different variety to try to get into with streaming. A lot of different ways that people like to learn, or different ways that people like to receive information. And so for me, I try to just explore those outlets and see what see how people learn, because every stream is different, of course, but also like I get really distracted sometimes if I have to spend too much time talking. So yeah, let's have a listen to this tune, and I'm gonna start with redesigning a bass. I wrote out a basic structure for the rest of what I want to do with this tune, and then we'll see how far I can get. I might get really far. I might only go as far as the bass and get hung up and do something else. But yeah, it'll be a good time. So hi, sweet guy. Something like that. That's kind of what I want to do with that. So, yo, what up, Entity? How are you, man? I gotta give Entity a shout out because he saved my channel from potentially being flagged for for inappropriate content. So, savior of the channel, right there. Thank you. It's actually a pretty funny story, but yeah. So that's what we're working with today. So I think that I want to have this particular moment right here. That actually, I'm just gonna put the drums here in this section, and there's gonna be a point where I'm gonna like not narrate what I'm doing, because that's really hard to do both, to produce and narrate at the same time, but I will keep the mic on in case if I have something to say. Nothing, just forget it. Nothing. It's fine, just nothing happened. So yeah, when this kind of swells up, we want to kind of have some kind of like, sure. So, and I might even change the snare right there too. And we can do like a TikTok snare right there. So like one thing that I've noticed with this tune as well that I'd really like to try to steer away from if possible, oh goody, is the energy of the tune. Like it's really easy for me to want to pick the energy of the tune up with like a more with more transients with the main drums and stuff, but I really want to try to keep this restrained and keep space within this mix. And it's just kind of like, it's not really something that I'd intended on at first, but when I was first kind of fiddling with this yesterday, which I think you guys saw, I was just like kind of like playing around with arrangement things and trying to make it look nice. Well, I've been streaming on Twitch, but I've been locked out of my Twitch account for like a week, so here I am. Sick lighting, bruh. My Bitwig looks dark because if you go into settings and you go into contrast and turn everything down to 0, then it becomes black and orange, and I think that looks really nice. So, yeah, I'm going to work on a riser right here really quick. So I'm just going to borrow from something from over here, I think. Maybe. Oh, perfect. That works. So I can just come on over here to these mech sounds right there and kind of charge this up. and I think that I would like to. Yo, what up, man? Also, sub count got up from 1K. Has it been a while since you've been in my channel? Yo, Bailey. I mentioned you on the community page. Guys, Bailey was my very first member, and he left a link on, or I put a link to his SoundCloud on my community page. So if you guys can share the love and go check out his music and give him a follow. Thanks again for that, man. I really appreciate that. So yeah, on here we've got this thingy. Okay, that's already there, but why is... Okay, there we go. And what I want this to do is kind of make it sound like it's blowing up. So, and then I want it to be bigger. Transitional noises with lots of reverb. So let's do some kind of tearing motion with this. Let's pull up an instance of ROM, and then we'll do a low cut on this. Actually, maybe not that much. And then pull this out. And what I'm going to do, one really cool thing that I found out to do, like kind of like flangers, is if you have this and you automate this, then listen to how this sounds. Which sounds really freaking cool to me. So you can just take this and kind of drag that down, kind of like that. And then we need to, of course, EQ it, but it sounds cool. And maybe, like, if we want, we can make this into a transformer sound by using a ring mod. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We're actually really close to 5K subs. At 5K subs, I think that I'm going to do a remix competition of some sort, but I didn't want to announce it until we got there. But if you're interested in that, of taking one of my songs and maybe, I think what I wanted to do was do a remix competition of one of my tunes and then have a stream where I give feedback or like kind of just take a look or like do a reaction with the camera on and stuff. I think that could be pretty fun. ROM is a reverb from Native Instruments. They gave it out for free during Christmas, but now it's part of a package deal or whatever. Okay, maybe not that fast. And then maybe at... Nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit reluctant to even consider that, because I don't want people to think that like my music, or I don't want people to think that I think that my music is amazing or whatever, but it's content that I own, so there's that. Cool, that sounds nice. I do want more mids though, so maybe I can back off of the mix just a little bit. Okay, maybe some saturation, because I do want this to kind of blow up, but excuse me, well, that's one way to ruin your sound. Maybe we can try a vocoder. And then let's pull ROM at the end of this. Let's grab a glue compressor. And then perhaps what I can do is try to focus on keeping the stereo information in control, because there we go. That's going to help quite a bit, but we want that to be on the outside. Saturate after the reverb. No. maybe I'll just do a nice little notch sweep right there. Band 2Q, FREQ. If this is band 2, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we'll grab this and just do some nice easy automation. This is a lot of work for a transition sound, but I mean, it matters. Okay, and then I think I'm also going to sweep that open. Somebody is hellbent on making me throw melodies into my tunes, and I'm like, yo, it's just not it's just not what I do anymore. I can do it, but okay, and then let's go ahead and take off this stuff. The sub can stay because there shouldn't be any sub in this. Yeah, you can't even hear that, so let's go ahead and pull that back, and maybe I can even pull this back too, because this is really quiet for some reason. So like the goal with this, if you're gonna spend all this time to make a cool sound, like you want that to be highlighted within within your piece. So one of the best ways to do that is to kind of make sure that everything else is not playing at the same time. There we go. And then maybe we can use a kick to kind of help blend that in. Nice. And then maybe I will actually just remove that band and actually push this up a bit, because I want this to kind of have some kind of like high end that's using this to lead into the next part. So maybe what I can also do is kind of just fade that out like that too, so that way. Wait, what was that? Oh, that was a frequency. The mix, por favor. So maybe we can use this as a riser, so that way it's kind of dry. Nice, and then kind of let that fade out. And then let's see what happens if we push this through an OTT. Because again, like I want this to be just a little bit brighter, and it sounds cool. It has the movement that I would want to look for, but that sounds much better to me. Distortion, distortion, distortion. When in doubt, distortion. So what we have to do here is we have to create an extra clip like this and join this, because this is, oh shit, okay, because reasons. Oh, come on. Small fade, and then join. And then now when we go to bounce this will have all the original character in it, or it should anyways. So, you know, we spent a lot of time doing a simple means of processing, but the cool thing is that now I can just deactivate this clip and throw it in the recycle bin in case if I want to do like similar processing with this with another sound, but we just have the printed audio, and so you kind of get the best of both worlds. Nice. So and it might want to kind of pull this back. I do have a sidechain for this kick, but that's still kind of over. And then let me make sure that this is audible. And then maybe kind of just. Cool. So now we will get into, I'd like to do another bass and kind of play around with filling in the first hit of this section with something with intention, and then kind of maybe going back and replacing some of these basses, because as cool as I think they are, no, that's cool. Over here, as cool as I think they are, I think that they don't really fit with the track. That one is okay, but something like this, like, I think that like it needs to have more movement per se. So maybe what I can do is I can come on over here and I can just build off of this, because I've already gone through the trouble of designing something. Are we going to Portal today? Maybe. I can't really think of anything that I wanted to use Portal for, but I did most of the sound design yesterday. Yesterday's stream, I did like all of this from scratch. I did the kick from scratch, the snare from scratch, the cool little like mechanical glitches and stuff. Where is that? Somewhere. But well, everything within this. So, oh, here it is. I don't know why. I just like those kinds of like mechanical sounds. Cybernetic, whatever. So, yeah, there's that. Looks like I want to check it out. So, the VOD isn't available on YouTube, but if you go to my Discord and look at Now Streaming, you can still have access to it. That's a temporary measure. Hey, man, great to see you doing this. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, if you have any questions about this particular track, then let me know. I'd be happy to kind of go through that with you. But for the most part, don't ask me of like, how do you... I don't know. I don't know. I've done a lot of stuff in this, so it's all kind of relative. But don't be like, how do you make a G. Jones bass? I'd appreciate it if we abstain from that. So, yeah, so yesterday we made this bass from scratch. Which sounds cool. I think that I want to try to play with this as a square, though. Okay, I'm feeling it. So yeah, I like this a lot, but I want this to play more with opening and closing, because right now it's just kind of hanging. It's too open for me. We need a portal bot. Every time a person types portal, the bot says it's portal time or something like that. Just join. Could I play the track? I haven't really listened to it. How do I make hard bass donk? What's that one guy? Slav King? I think he would be the person to ask for that. I love that tune. I wake my brother up to that tune quite a bit. Like he's like dead asleep and he has to go to work, and I just like kick the door open and dun 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 dun. I do agree, Avin, but for some reason I can't get my chatbot to work. I haven't been able to figure that out. So, yeah, that's what we're working with today. I love the skip snare at the end of each section. Yeah, that's something that I really want to try to maintain within this track is just when was the last time I put a chord on my song? 2 songs ago. 2 and 3 actually. But it was only one chord. One single chord. Who needs chord when you can noise? Actually, for Evan, I don't know if Evan is still here or not. I think he just posted, but he had a really cool challenge for me. We were not going to listen to the whole thing, but he actually had me write a chord progression, which took me hours to write down. And then in this tune, we're not going to listen to the whole thing of this either because I want to produce, but there's your chord. Sevenths. Still here. Yeah. What type of... Yeah, it was just a 7th chord. I don't know what the other chord progression was. I don't know. I do it like... The way that I write chords is I write a melody, and then I try to build chords on top of it. Because I know theory up to the point of like... I understand harmony up here, but not on paper, so I can't like notate or something, but something like offbeat chord, maybe? Why do chords when you can make machines? What's Jungle Tune number 1? That was a tune that I made in 20... Well, I actually didn't finish it because I lost the project file, but... where is that? I'm surprised you saw that. Yeah, it was something that I made in 2015 and I didn't get to finish because I lost the project file. But I still have it just because I like some of the cuts on it. But yeah, this is a really old tune. Imagine using chords. There's no bass on this. So yeah, that's what that is. I saw Jungle and skip back and pause. Amens are my first love. I mean, honestly, like all this stuff is an evolution of. I hoped for a chromatic polychord, dude. This isn't my language. Like I don't have any fluency with chord progressions. There are some people that are very well versed in music theory here, and I'm not one of them. So I am not going to talk about things that I don't know. Will Jungle Alchemy return one day? I mean, like, think about it though. Like, or I was kind of on that point. Like, if you think about it, what I'm doing now is an evolution of Jungle, just not with aim and breaks. Because like Amen, like Jungle was all about like cutting and splicing and, you know, like redoing stuff now, right? But the idea of glitch, at least in my opinion, is doing the same idea of cutting and splicing and stuff, but with your own sounds. So to me, there's a heavy relationship between that, or that's kind of where I bridge the gap between all those things. Like this tune is much slower than a Jungle tune, but the cutting and splicing is still the same. Wow. Still cutting. Yeah, I mean, it is the same thing. I mean, like, cutting audio is cutting audio, right? It's just what audio you choose to cut, if that makes sense. And for me, like, I just love that's a tune that I'm finishing up. I guess like a short interlude tune that I'm finishing up. What the fuck? Do I have a video on grainy textures? Yes, I have several. So, hey everybody, shameless plug, you're on my YouTube channel anyway. So if you go on my channel, guys, and you look on the playlist section, I have done it all for you. Everything is categorized and archived in a way that's easily digestible. The later videos, it goes from older videos to newer videos, so you can go and check that out. But if you want to learn about Bitwig, I've got videos on that. If you want to learn about bass tutorials, I've got that. If you want to do stuff that's specifically with Faceplant, there are some videos that cross interpolate between the two, so you're going to see some of the same videos in the other playlists, but that's because you might not watch all my content, and that's totally fine. I do have one video or one playlist that is start to finish. So if you guys want to see like how I go about doing it in my own tracks or whatever, that's Reactor. That's this tune. That mix is absolutely horrible. I'm still working on the mix, but if you want to see how that was made from scratch, that's all there. And then I have some other things that you can, kind of just play around with and all that. Why am I explaining my own channel? You guys are already here. Go look for yourselves, and consider a membership if you get down with the content. Yeah, I've got a lot of things to offer. I really am trying to like go hard on trying to make this like my job. So whatever I can do, whatever I can provide for you guys that you find valuable, let me know, and we'll do that. But right now, we are slowly creeping our way towards. I'm supposed to be producing it, and I'm having a much better time just talking to you all. But yeah, so we made this bass yesterday, and the only thing that I did was I changed it from a saw to a square, and I kind of wanted to play with this morphing more, and what I want this to do is have a relationship between the phase oscillation and the filtering. So, because right now I think that it's still going to be pretty open because this is still kind of like pulling that air. Alchemy is doing a tutorial about how to navigate his channel. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, I pulled that back a little bit too hard. So one thing that we can do to maybe try to troubleshoot this, because I want the movement to go faster as we do pitch bending, is we can set up a note on this and basically open up all of these. I'm going to just tackle it one by one just because it'll be easier to do. But we can tackle the rate and pull these down. And so what will happen is as we play a higher pitch, this is going to oscillate faster to some degree. So we'll see we'll see if this is going to make a difference on doing anything cooler with what I want it to do. Because the movement is there. It's just a little bit too slow for me of what I'm trying to get out of this tune. And I really want to emphasize like a boom, 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 as opposed to it just like opening and closing, if that makes sense. So the best thing to do on this, what is this? Oh, okay, that's the macro. That's fine. I don't want to change that. Is to set the range to like 2 octaves at the most. And then what you have to do is you have to pick the root note of what that is. So for us, we're playing F0 or F1, whatever. And so that way, hopefully this will all kind of move faster as we pull the pitch up. Wow, that's super cool. Yeah, maybe we can get away with doing more. Wow. That is so cool. I still don't know if that's appropriate for this tune, but sorry, I'm just geeking out at this point, because that's, if you make neurobass, that's pretty much how you have to go about it, is just being like, man, that was really cool. Man, that was really cool. That was crap, but that was really cool. So yeah, sorry, tangent. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull back over here and pull up the resampling channel. Oh, actually, it's already available right here. So we'll solo this and beatbox tutorial win. All right, everybody, do this with me. Are you ready? When I say boots, you say cats. Ready? Boots. Cats. Boots. Cats. Boots. Cats. Thank you for coming to my Bass Gorilla tutorial on beatboxing. So, yeah. Also, hi, Carbon. What's good, man? So, yeah, we'll just do some stuff. Wow. Wow. I've rediscovered my love for remaking tunes because I don't love any of my own. It's okay. It'll come back. You know, sometimes you have to change your cycle of like how you do things, right? So no worries. Like really, as long as you're inspired to make tunes, that's what really matters. And it doesn't matter if you're trying to or copy somebody else. It doesn't matter if you're trying to, you know, do your own thing. Like really, just whatever you got to do to get your ass in the DAW. Get in there. Can't get enough of those pitch bends for real. Cat. Yeah, it's very easy for me to like kind of get sidetracked and just spend time doing sound design. But that's honestly why I do tutorials, because I'm like, I'm just gonna sit here and play with this bass for 4 hours, and that's not really conducive or helpful. It's cool and it's fun, but I should probably be doing something else. So, what I'm going to do is make a new channel. And then I'm going to grab this over here for this chopping board and just kind of like maybe A-B some of these sounds here. Didn't I copy? What? Didn't I copy some of that? That's kind of cool. I think there was another sound that I pulled out of this though that I liked better. Man. Okay. So let's try that like maybe like right here. And let's listen to how this sounds. Okay, let's try to listen to this in context. The rhythm is off. You can't even hear it. You know, I kind of appreciate the subtlety about this, though. Like, it seems like you can barely hear just like that nice little like. Can you guys hear it? Is anybody on a sub? Can you guys hear that on a sub? Why are we saying cat? C-A-T? Did I miss something? But I want a beatbox jungle. Alright, so I'll give you guys a beatbox jungle tutorial. So the way that you do it is you go boots, book, wait, boots, boots. Okay, yeah, so you do a bunch of kicks, and in between all your hits, you add in just a so you're like something like that, you know. You need some OTT, bruh. There's an OTT on the master. I think we can try it, but I think that having an OTT on this would probably overdo it, because I want, the thing about this is that I want this to be more mids. I'm not so much worried about the highs, and when you throw an OTT on here, it pretty much destroys the mids. So yeah, I think that I like the mids better on that, but it's worth a shot. No, you're supposed to say cats, not cat. Cats. But that's, my mind is in a million different places right now. Hi, Amber. Okay, I think like a hit like that is something that I was wanting to do. Kind of like right here. Cats. Yeah, the chat is delayed, but that's YouTube's fault. That's not my fault, so I apologize. Okay, that is a cool hit, but it's not enough. It's not powerful enough. Okay. And then maybe if we can borrow from some of the other elements here to help, because I don't think the sound is strong enough to stand on its own as of now, so we need some kind of like other high-end stuff to help support it. Okay, that's something to consider. Within this, are we getting lows on this really hard? Sometimes if it's not that bad, no, I can just do this with. Okay, so that's like hitting at like 60, so I might be able to stack another pitch bend over this, because I don't want to preserve the original character, but the idea is that if this can start up and this go down, then we're just going to get like an overload of low mids and get like a lot of mud, but in an advantageous way. That's kind of cool. So and then I don't think that I actually have to make that hit the entire bar. So if we can have something like this. Just kind of scoot along. And then instead of that, we can just kind of That's okay. I want something exciting and loud. That's kind of cool. That's not the end of that. No way. Surely. Surely. What happens if I take this and reverse it? That might be cool. And then what I can do is I can actually just place that back up here, because I can turn this filter back on and then maybe do something to where I play with no on, where I play with trying to just make this move a little bit more. It's just, I don't know about you guys, but it feels a little bit, it doesn't feel as dramatic to me, or dramatic enough, I think is the better word to say. So I kind of just want this to be like boots and cats and boots and dogs. What would a dog be like as far as an instrument? And then maybe we can splice something right here and just have like a okay, let me listen to this phrase. Yeah, maybe like a clonk or something. This might actually be cooler. Oh shit. That might actually be a cooler hit with that same pitch bending right here. So maybe I can just pull this over. Dude, grab it. And then hit Control V. Hit Control. Yeah. And then yeah, nice. Ever try to send those faceplant bass on percussion loop using a vocoder? Yeah, I have done that before. I haven't like put the time into it to make use out of it, but I definitely have done that. So where like you have a drum loop and then you have these basses, almost a Belaine sounding bass there. Belaine's cool, but this is my bass. This is I don't want to sound like anybody else. I want to be me. I want to be me. Yeah, I forgot what I was talking about, but hey everyone, I'm 14 and I'm looking for a cracked DAW. Hello and welcome to the channel, but this is not the place to ask for cracked software. Okay, I think that we should probably have a different placement on there as well. So let's... That one's kind of cool. But maybe try to get the beginning of it. what that basically means is my back hurts. And some other kind of language. Okay, so let's duplicate this and move that over and put that here. Sorry, I know that we're not really doing super exciting stuff today, guys, but I'm kind of just trying to get these bases to kind of replace and stuff. Oh yeah, no. I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. Yeah, I appreciate that. Like that's a compliment to me, and I really appreciate it. I was joking. I'm sorry. I can be an asshole sometimes, guys. Yo, DMTR. I didn't even see you. What's good, man? There we go. And I think that one other thing that I want to do as well on this is I would like to borrow from. That other thing that we made earlier, something like this, and then do just like a heavy flange effect. It might be here. Oh, I think this is actually the pad that we made. And maybe we can actually use this in some places, like whenever that kind of pulls through. So just as far as like as a reverb hit, we might be able to kind of take advantage of that to kind of create this, like, I want this to be really impactful right here at this change. So yeah, something like that. I think that has a lot of energy to it. I got really sidetracked. I'm sorry. Let me see what this is. The organization of this is absolutely terrible, but I don't care. Let me see what we got here. Okay, so this is for the intro. Or actually, this is those sounds right there, but I started to use that for that intro, so that way I can just bounce that out and do some other processing with it. Where did those audio 3 number 2 sounds come from? Where is that? I don't even what is audio 3? I'm not sure. What color was it? Thanks, DMTR. You know what this really needs? Some chord progression. No, I'm kidding. Oh, this. Oh, no, this is audio 3 number 1. So audio 3 number 2? What's audio 3 number 2? This is mech sound 3. This is initial bounce. Alright, I'm back. What did I miss? The thing that I moved into the intro. This is bounce 1. This is ambience number 2. This thing? Is that what you're talking about? So, um, I'm just gonna assume that's what you're referring to. So basically, it stems from this, which is just a print of that. That's okay. Yeah, it's pretty much just this glitch, this whole entire glitch section right here. So if we listen, oh shit. So this glitch thing right here, or this initial, let's just call this organic one. This was the third sound that I started designing because I did the drums first. But that's up here, and that's from a phase plant. That's from a phase plant preset from my Ascension pack called Bioorganic 2. Phase plants. So I processed the hell out of this generator that I made. Oh, sorry, Biomorph 2, rather, which sounds like this. I think something is still solo. Yeah, it is. Okay. So I basically processed the heck out of that and then did some, how do I say, and then stretched it out and then chopped it into a slicer, or I guess a sampler rather. And so that's kind of where we found all these cuts that we have from the glitch section, which is all this stuff. And then obviously I've got some Omicide on that to do that. So that was pretty much that. And then a lot of these other little cuts are just from prints of this and then resampling it. So this is one of those chops right here, but just a different, just little things to add some interest, if that makes sense. Yeah. And then on the second section here, I started adding a little bit of like mechanical percussion. And that came from something that I think I've covered it in a video before, but basically what that is you take a 128 rack like this, and then, hold on, let me just drag this out really quick. So you take a 128 rack like this, and you load in, 128 different samples, and you make several copies of it. And what you do is you go and you add a randomizer so that every time the sampler plays, a different sample goes. Assuming that, please give me Bitwig. And so whenever you set up an arpeggiator in this way, I think that I have a chord bounced out. No, I don't, but I can, oh, I do, okay. So basically you do a chord with all of the pads here, and you set an arpeggiator to play at random. And so what you end up getting is just a bunch of shit. Sorry. And then I have a tutorial on vocoded drums of how you kind of make this sound more like mechanically textural and stuff. And once you do that processing, you get just like this nice, like, yeah, cool. You've already seen the video. So, but other people might have not. So it's on the heavy vocoder percussion tutorial, and that's how you start to make those kind of things. But once you have that, then I just kind of bounced out a cut. And then once I did that, let me pull this back in so that way I can save my CPU. Then I bounce that out again into that thing, which is right here. So all of these are just cuts from a bounce from that. and then I just tried to find the most metallic ones that I could find, and that's kind of how we ended up getting that. And then to kind of help build an intro around that, I know this is really complicated, but just so that you guys know how I did this, and like this wasn't like I'm gonna do this so that I can do this so that I can do this. It was really just me trying to be resourceful of like how I can make this work, if that makes sense. But I was like, oh, I need an idea to introduce, or I need to take an idea from the main section in the intro to help introduce and make this cohesive. So I just took the little riff right here of this, which is kind of like the first phrase or the first call, right? So when you kind of like let that kind of play out, it still sounds familiar whenever you try to bridge the two, if that makes sense. Or at least that was how I elaborated on that. Yeah, that was a really long explanation, but hopefully you have a means of how to get from one place to another. The Discord notifications keep throwing me off. I'm sorry. I tried to hide them with my camera, but I suppose I could quit the Discord. That might be possible. Sorry, I'm not trying to distract you. Yeah, so Discord is gone. So, yeah, I think that some of these other bass cuts are okay. We can do a combination, because they do sound similar since they have similar processing. Yeah, sure. Discord is gone. So in this section, what I think I'm going to do is start copying some of these drums over, and maybe from like this bar, and just copy like 4 bars from that or whatever, or a couple bars rather. F for crab. What? And what I'm going to start doing is taking some of these ideas here and just like cutting them up. Is my stream gone? Am I still live? Wait, that's not a crab. That's a crayon. I am so lost. But for sure. Sure. So one thing that I can try to do if I want to be lazy, I don't know if I want to be lazy with this or not, but let me think about this. Let me listen to this and try to imagine where I want to take this. I want to go into a break, but I don't. But my mind wants me to pull it into like a break on this. But I think what I'd rather do is start chopping this into more synths and stuff. So maybe what I'll do is I'll grab some of the glitches and try to maybe create a new kind of like synth line or glitch line or something. and we'll just kind of start to pull from some of the hits here and see if we can find anything that's kind of cool. I actually like that a lot, so maybe it might be kind of cool to pull that into the next one. Okay, maybe I can bounce in place and grab that. Oh, that wasn't supposed to do that. Bounce in place, then cut. So maybe I can repeat this a couple times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then duplicate that and make that twice as long. Hit that. And kind of shorten that up. My project is only like 19 tracks, to be honest. Maybe low 20s. It looks massive because of the recycle, because of all this stuff. Like, that's all my sound design, but all the tracks are deactivated. But if we look, like, some of these are group channels too. So like, this is my sidechain channel, so that's why that's grouped there. But I've got one kick, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 snares, and all the, like, for the most part, all this stuff is audio as well, so it's really not that big of a deal. But yeah, I don't have that many tracks. That was another thing that I learned from DMTR. Shout out to him, by the way, if he's still here, of being like, you can still, you know, it's something that we talked about in our podcast of like, you can still get like really complex stuff without you having to like have a billion freaking tracks. There is a lot of variation of sound between all of these, but I did that on purpose because they're all just kind of like, they're all processed in the same way, so I don't really see the point of trying to like pull each thing apart and then do like individual EQ on it, because I'm not really looking for a clean mix. I'm looking for a full mix on this. Yeah, DMTR is the man. Oh guys, he actually just, in my Discord, he actually just released a new tune on, I don't remember the name of the label, but it's good stuff if you like Halftime, so go check him out. And if you guys are putting out releases and stuff, then you can post your stuff in self-promo. Just don't spam. I like to listen to your music. I don't like to be blasted by you telling me to listen to your music, if that makes sense. Nobody is more active on my Discord than me, so the first person that's probably going to see it is me. Okay, so yeah, so we're working right now. We're doing things. We are trying to... Okay, so I think that for this particular part right here, I actually want to have some kind of like noise explosion of this being a really big hit, because we're missing a kick. Something of that nature. And then right here, we're going to have this like cool little glitch thing and then go back into a kick right there. No, there's not supposed to be a snare right there. Or there's... Dun-dun. Dun-dun. Like that, maybe? I'm actually trying to lessen the amount of tracks as of recently. 1-track song challenge, I have done that before. I think that actually needs to needs to move that there. And then we can throw a snare right there to kind of have that explode. To have it explode. What? What just happened? Oh, that copied? Why? And then we need to replace this, not necessarily the fundamental of the snare, but maybe do like a shorter one like this, and then have some kind of... I don't want to synthesize one if I don't have to. So maybe I can just find some kind of metal texture within this. That sounds like my back in the morning. That might be kind of cool. Alright, so there's something in my eye. So we shall remove the transient of this. And one of my favorite things to do is, especially like with snares and stuff, is use FabFilter Saturn. I think Saturn just does this the best. And you can use a transient shaper, and you could theoretically also do this in some means with compression. But if you turn the dynamics up on this and you send a reverb into it, then it has this really awesome like explosion sound. So let's just kind of figure out what that means. But obviously that I want this to come in late, so we'll have a longer pre-delay, a smaller size, and like a really big diffusion, and kind of cut that out and cut that out. This reverb is really weird. It's a really good reverb, but it's really strange. Yeah, I'm just going to use a more predictable one because I don't want to sit there and fiddle with that. Yeah, besides I can just do this and be a lot more precise with it. Set that to far, set that to clean, set that to bright. Oh, really? Explode. Yes. On a scale from 1 to 10, how much do I recommend Saturn? It depends on like what you have for distortion. You know, like if you have a whole suite of distortion, then, but I don't have Saturn 2, so I can't really give you advice on that one. I don't know the difference between the two. Can't live without it. It's vital. Okay, so now we're going to try to make this. That's what we're looking for. You hear that snare, and then it starts to ring in later. And we'll cut the tail off of that after we print this to audio, but I really want this to kind of just like explode as much as possible. So we can kind of push that and see what that sounds like. One thing that I'm also going to do is turn this off for just a quick sec and then go into Pro Q. And I want to figure out what the pitch of this is. So that's at D5. Usually it's better to use a frequency shifter with this, but that's kind of cool. Okay. So now we can actually try to add some distortion to it, because again, we're going to end up like, this is going to be a really subtle layer. We're just kind of figuring out. And then I think that I'm also going to add another distortion unit to this, because I want it to kind of fit the same kind of like distortion processing as the rest of the tune, basically. Hi, Floral. Did I not say hi to you yet? I'm so sorry. Hey, Alchemy, why the big eyes? Saturn 2 is basically a neater GUI and some new algorithms that are kind of not really needed, and maybe some more modulation stuff. I don't really do like modulation inside of Saturn or anything FabFilter, just because it's... yeah. But, you know, it doesn't mean that it won't be useful to you. Like, It's always hard to say about like if a plugin is worth recommending or not, because like I have a personal bias towards how I make things, and just because it's not useful to me or it might not be advantageous, like, and that's also like kind of, it's also kind of arrogant to assume that I know everything about the plugin, that to go and make that judgment call, right? At the same time, you also have to factor in the fact that it costs money, and unless if I see something with immediate value, then no. I like Saturn. I used it in almost every tune in some way or another, though it's probably not like conventional use. But there's a lot of different ways to achieve similar results, even if you don't have that particular thing. And that's kind of like how I try to teach for the most part, if possible. What was I doing? Ohmside. Portal is great. Um, Portal is hard to beat. It's pretty unique. It is pretty unique in a lot of ways. But still, even still, like there are still workarounds with Portal if you can't afford it, or like if it's, there we go. Bring the crunch. Okay, let me pull this back a little bit. And let me listen to this. It's kind of interesting that we're still getting a click on that. That's really sharp. Sorry. Okay, so now we will hit J, bounce that out, then we can turn this off, and just move it on. How do I choose between Ohmside and Saturn? They look kind of the same to me. Both are multi-band distortion units. It's the algorithms that are within them and like how they operate. I haven't used Saturn 1, but got 2 when it came out. I use it in conjunction with Trash and Subvert. Usually got all my distortion needs covered with those three. Is Subvert a distortion unit? I don't even know what that is. There we go. Maybe not so late, just kind of like, because it almost sounds... Maybe. What we can also... Sorry. What we can also do is kind of do a reverb swell here with that. Do you guys see why I don't talk when I first start making new tunes? Because the pace of production ends up going really slow. Nice. Yo, thanks for coming in, DMCR. Hope that you have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I'll see you around, man. Okay, I think that I'm also going to tune this to A sharp, because that's what the other thing is, and that just, it seems a little bit high for me. So we've got D sharp, D, C sharp, C, B, A sharp. What up, WoW guy? A sharp, laugh my ass off. A music theory meme. B flat. I definitely recommend having a few different options. Can use free plugins as well. Variety is the spice of life. Evan's over here dropping knowledge. And then something that's going to help that blend, I think, is having this swell right here. Yeah, nice. And then I almost want to do like a tease right here of like, no, wait, let me figure out where this is supposed to fit within the rhythm. Correct. C sharp, am I right? No, E flat, flat, flat. Oh, this is the, okay, hold on. Maybe we can do a different fill right there of like another glitch thing, and then we can kind of pick that up just for a hot sec. What just happened? Oh, we can pick that up for, why is it? Kind of maybe like right there. How would I describe the difference between Omicide and Saturn? Saturn is generally more subtle, long story short. And that's a good thing if you're just trying to give something a little bit of warmth or like gentle harmonics. It can go extreme, but it's only got a few algorithms that really like push it in that way. But for the most part, like with Omicide, it's usually just like it's like one of those advertisements online that's like, hey, do you want to blow your sound up? Well, come on down to Ohmforce and download the Omicide thing. You can take a snare, beep, poof, and you know, it's just very like aggressive in your face in that way. Where Saturn is like very classical, you know, it's like, oh, well, if you want to put some spice on your distortion and have some nice little taste, then we recommend that you buy FabFiller. You know, something like that. So I don't know where that came from. Sorry if I was offensive in any way, but that's kind of like, I would kind of describe the difference between Saturn and Omicide in that way. It's just they're so like dramatic in that way. Which I heard that Saturn 2 has some new distortion algorithms that are a lot more aggressive or whatever, but I don't have Saturn 2, so I can only go based off of the first one. Okay, and I want like a flanger thing right here to kind of do stuff. Bruh. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. Someone hire this guy for marketing plugins? Maybe. Maybe. Do you have a job? You have $200? Come on down and join Splice so you can do your rent-to-own portal. Let's just pretend like I didn't do that, okay? The feedback in Saturn 2 is nice. That's true. So even in Saturn 1, there is a feedback module. And that is like, that gets insane pretty easily. But it's still different. Like it has just it has different algorithms. It's like saying like, what's the difference between... It's hard because we're not talking about different kinds of distortion in a sense. Or it's not as comparable as like, what's the difference between tube distortion and transformer distortion, right? Because those are like two very specific different algorithms. But to be fair, the algorithms that come with Saturn 2 versus Omicide are different in their own right, and the way that you can stack distortion between them are also different. So like there's different like you have different like distortion modes. So you have like triple distortion, you have like some other options that are like a zero and like a triple X. And I don't really know, I don't remember. I'll pull it up in a second, but let me try to complete this idea. But yeah, they're just different in that nature. But I mean, for the most part, like Homicide is really easy to destroy your sound. Like really easy. So unless if you like really know what you're doing, then I think that it would turn a lot of people off. Where saturation is very, or sorry, Saturn is very complimenting of like, oh wow, this makes my sound seem more thick but not like explosive. Explosive. For the next 48 hours, buy 3 Saturns, get 2 3 flash sale. Normally, if you buy my course, which is a value of $2,000, but wait, sign up now before it's full, and you could get that for $150. Not pointing anybody specific out, but. All right, so we're gonna make a new sound right here, I think, where I really just want this to rip and tear as much as possible. Spot on, lol. Did I not make a new track? I did make a new track. It was just doing weird things. Okay, so let's remove the low end of this, because I really want this right here to be super wide. So needs more bait and switch. Oh man, I try to be pretty on. Like, I'm not gonna lie, something that I really worry about is I have this fear. I have this fear of like somebody buying my pack and being like, dude, you jebaited me, I hate you. I'm like, wait, hold on. Like, everything I've done for myself, or I've done from me, and I put a lot of love and I use all this stuff in my own tracks. So like I almost like, I hope that I never hear that from somebody. But now that I put it out into the universe, I'm sure that I'm going to get an angry complaint in an email. Hopefully not, but yeah. Do you want to learn how to make any sound? You can become a priest, or let's just say I'm selling a course on phase plant. You can learn to be a phase plant god. You know, it's like, chill out, man. Bruh. Bruh. Sorry. I'm really trying to get this to like... You worrying about that is a good sign that people won't feel debated, I think. Well, like, just how I feel about it is one thing, but I would hope that the quality of the products speak for themselves. That's more so of what I'm concerned about. Almost there. There we go. Okay, so now let's give this just a little bit of crunch. I'm using Homicide a lot lately. I haven't touched this plugin for like 2 years, and now it's all of a sudden becoming something that I'm looking for a lot more. But at the same time, like something else too is that like I do try to make a lot of free stuff as well. So that way, like, people actually have an idea about like what they're getting themselves into. Okay, now let's drown that in reverb and make this crunch. I'm trying to think about how I used to make things like super crunchy. I think I would reach for like a tube distortion or something. But now it's not the case. First lesson in the chorus is how to pronounce their hometown. Not gonna try it. This dude would make me buy anything. Clean my store out if you want to support the channel. Memberships too. Memberships too, if you guys want to support the channel. Okay, that sounds pretty nice. So now let's add a filter to that. Well, I guess doing some kind of like bit crushing to add that crunch on top would probably be ideal. You see what I do for like every single sound? The things that I go for. Yeah, I wanted to show off my guns. Because I work out. You know? My long hair. My beautiful lights. My friends' paintings. I exist. I'm a real person, not an AI. That's incredibly hard to explain because English does not have the right consonant for it. So what you're saying is it's a setup because you're trying to make somebody pronounce something that nobody would know how to pronounce. Catchphrase, remember to be a member. Remember to has anybody played Metroid Other M? I need to just find some kind of play on that of this guy, of Anthony Briggs. That's somebody I know personally. Remember me. Anthony Higgs. That was close. We need to do some kind of meme with this.
Anthony.
Oh man, come on. For real. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Still waiting for VTuber Alchemy? What? What is VTuber? I have no idea what that is. Sorry, that's very untasteful for me to crack my neck on stream, but it hurts, so. Okay, let's go ahead and bounce that out. Oh, and I don't think that I need as much reverb on this as there is now, but to make this a little bit easier on me, I am going to just automate this and turn it off. Kind of like that. Laugh my ass off, really? Yeah, I don't. Is that like an only me fans thing or something? This man is not cultured? Bruh, how can you say that? You're in my channel. I've got plenty of culture. It's just different. This man is not a man of culture. How dare you? I've spent the last 15 years of my life in the circus learning martial arts and learning to do triple-double backflips, and you have the audacity to say that I am uncultured? You might be right. Maybe. You might be right. You uncultured swine. Might be kind of cool to see if we can pitch. Yeah, I think I actually like that better. That's really cool. And, okay, but because I'm doing that, we're going to have to mid-side EQ this. And the reason why is because we pitched it down. So we're just going to take off the mids from that signal and then do a side EQ like that. I want that to be wider though. Wider. So like with this particular instance, like something that I would like to happen is have the flanger sitting on the sides while still leaving space for this like middle action happening. So let's see how that sounds, if at all cool. Okay, now maybe we can get away with turning it up. Okay, this rhythm is really throwing me off because there's a lot of kicks missing. Okay, there needs to be a kick right there. Boom, ka. Yeah, something is getting really lost in that. So we need some way to end this phrase so that way like you guys as the listeners don't get lost because I'm lost and I'm the one making this. It's pretty funny. Is the kick fully synthesized or has been layered with a real one from Superior Drummer or something? Nope, it's fully synthesized. But the processing is the same that you can use you can take any kick and process it the same way that I have explained on my videos and it would be the exact same. Okay, let's throw something like this on here, and we can grab this. And then that's actually kind of cool. So maybe we can have like a little bit of a short moment like that because it kind of like throws everything off in a tangent anyway of like what the fuck is going on. So maybe I can use, okay, that's already there. I can use that reverse sample and we can create some kind of moment right here that could be kind of cool. Just have one. Yeah, so like this whole section will just be like some sort of, it'll still be part of the B section, but it will just be some kind of like, you know, transitional thing or whatever, or at least that's kind of what this is leading me to want to do. I might change it later, but or maybe I should add a kick right there. And maybe take a snare away from there instead. Maybe move that over this way. And then let's turn this on and do something creative with this. Hey, do you ever sidechain on specific frequency bands? It's something I'm looking to experiment with soon. Multi-band sidechaining. I feel really dumb because when I was doing privates with Andre a long time ago, he was trying to explain that to me, and I was like, well, what's the advantage to that? The short answer is no. And to be honest, the last 6 songs The last 8 songs that I've made actually don't have any sidechaining on them whatsoever. This one does. I do have sidechaining on this tune. But basically, like, so some things that you can use that for are like, if you want a sidechain, if you have a drum bus or like a group of a track or something, I wouldn't do it to like a bass or something or whatever, right? But you theoretically can get a much tighter and cleaner mix if you do that, but I I don't know. I don't know enough about it, to be honest. I know how to do it, and I can tell you, yeah, I can tell you how to set it up, but I don't do it personally. Um, just because I just, yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's see. So So this is strange because this seems like it would be like at the end of a phrase. Thanks, dude. How is the built-in Bitwig reverb? I'm not big on Ableton's at all. You really don't like Ableton's reverb? It's really good. If I want a rougher punch, full band sidechain is better. Yeah, because it will duck the whole sound, right? Um, I think both are great. It's a lot of Bitwig's effects operate very strange, like in a very strange way. And what I mean by that is it's not like your typical like settings and stuff. I'm sure that I have it somewhere on here. So you have the late reflections here, and you have the the early reflections on the side right here, which is kind of strange. But you have these crossovers that are kind of odd of like between the low crossover on this side you have the amount of reverb that multiplies, and then on this side you have everything high that will affect this, and then you kind of find some middle ground in between. And then you also have some odd settings like build up and late mix, which is kind of strange too. But I guess like if you turn the late mix all the way down and still have some early reflections, that can be kind of cool. But there's a lot of stuff. I am in front of a camera, but a program tracks my movement and facial expressions, which then transmit to a 3D ragdoll. The ragdoll is what the viewers see. VTubers mostly streamers with a virtual persona. Dude, that sounds like so much fun, to be honest. I could like totally make up some of the characters that I like to do and just like be a complete goofball. Basically anime coming true. Is that kind of like what the Whittler does with the Bongo Cat? Um, you can do a lot with it, and you also have like tank effects and wet effects. So like I haven't really experimented a lot with that, but there's a lot of potential that you can use with the reverb. But how it actually sounds is fine. But with Ableton's reverb, like there's so many control options that you can use with that too, and it's got like built-in chorus and like really cool diffusion options that you can do. So I would say like give the Ableton reverb another chance. It's good. It's very good. Okay, for the sake of staying organized, let's just go ahead and add a kick right there. And it can be a short kick, but just a little kick. Oh, and that might also help too, of being like, hey, there's a new bar right here. Yeah, this is a little bit messy, so let me think about what rhythm I wanted this to do. So I wanted this to be like... Okay, so what is this? Okay, so I'm gonna leave these here for placement, but I think what I would like to do is grab something else to replace those sounds with right here. Noise. Wait, what was that sound? Wait, everybody. Noise. Yo, is that Seebeck in the chat? Yo, what up, Seebeck? Identify big in Japan, huh? We Alphaville now. Never heard of him. Nice reference. Ooh, Swingadoo. Yes, no, you. Seebeck. Ooh, woo. What? I'm lost. Okay. No idea what you guys are talking about. I'm sorry, what? Make a thing in here. Okay, this is tripping out. What the fucking... What is going on here? Bitwig, help me. I'm trying to make you look good, man, and you're over here just like jacking with me. Okay, right here. There. Thank you. Yeah. Mechanical. Bitwig looks so compressed. Okay, that sounds fucking sick. There we go. Let's pick up some steam. I say that and I have to use the restroom. Yo, thanks so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. And you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll be streaming for a while. Oh, but we lost the other one for some reason. No! Oh, we didn't. It's just really quiet. Body shaming. I love Bitwig. I love the way that Bitwig looks. Oh, I'd add short delay on like mine for robotic effect. Okay, let's not backseat produce. I appreciate it though. I will ask if I do want help, but you got to hear the phrase first. Almost got lost in the sauce. Okay, so that has a nice little break right there now, and then we can kind of like look at tossing some other basses and stuff in there. Let me listen to how this transitions though into that next section. Why is that? Tools, please. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of work to be done right there, but there's this really cool relationship between syncopated rhythms that I think if we just continue to take the time to develop this at the slow pace that we're doing, we will end up getting something really interesting out of it. These streams are not going to be available on the channel, right? Yes and no. If you, so I already talked about. I'm not going to tell you why. There's a very good reason why. Hopefully, you can trust me. I mean that out of kindness. But what you can do that we realize is that what I do with these streams is that I put them in unlisted, so you can join the Discord and then you can go into the live stream and then watch it from there. So, yeah, that's the best workaround that I have right now until I can figure out how an easier way to move my VODs to a new channel. I don't have the semantics of that figured out yet, but I'm not deleting the VODs. I just don't have them openly available because it interferes with the YouTube algorithm that I'm trying to stay on right now. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And I apologize if that came off as rude too. I'm not trying to shoot your ideas down. I have something that I'm trying to complete, and that's kind of why I'm not taking ideas at the moment. And then when we look back at it, I would be happy to maybe try things. I'm on Discord, joined a few minutes ago. Great, man. Welcome. Yeah. So yeah, again, no harm intended on that. This might be kind of cool to. There might be a nice little option right there to do like a cool sub hit. Sometimes chat is like a sidechain for Alchemy's concentration. I love talking to the chat. That's why I stream. Sometimes I'm not always open to suggestions, and sometimes I'm like, what do I do? And then maybe what we can do right here, because it almost sounds like there wants to be a snare right there, is we can add some kind of metallic hit right there to kind of make that replace the snare and keep the rhythm, but not make it seem like it's an actual like snare or whatever. Sometimes. That's kind of cool. We're actually right here. That might actually be a good place to do a delay, or actually what I'll probably most likely do instead is just do a reverb fill right there, because I don't have any other delays here in this, so I'm kind of gonna keep it delay free. Delay free. And then what I can also do is come back to some of these things and layer that with. Okay, so that's already there, but we have like some glass breaking in some of these places and stuff that might be kind of cool to add. So I want to make sure that there's no transient on that. Yeah. Is that a pan snare or a layered snare with some metal hit? Which one? Joined the stream late and I can't understand Bitwig at all. Have you used Bitwig before? Or sorry, have you used Ableton before? It's like the exact same thing. It is literally the exact same thing, except cooler. All right, I'm gonna let this play for a hot sec, guys. I gotta use the restroom really quick. All right, where does it start? some killer analysts and interest mate. Oh, suck. I joined the. Okay. I do a handstand test. Let's see if I can do it. You can't see me, but hopefully you can hear me. Wait. Alright, let's give this a shot. This used to be really easy for me, and then I got hurt, and now it's a little bit more of a chore. Oh, I'm doing much better today. Handstand. Pog. Not quite, but it's getting there. I just need a little bit more strength, and then I can do it. And I can do it. Pog. Oh, I meant the snare at 146, like the last made drop. No, that's a glitch. That's a glitch texture. What am I doing? I'll show you. So, I lost a lot of strength after getting an injury. There we go. And low. So, what I do is, hey, my pants match my bed. That's pretty funny. And my chair, apparently. Red's not even my favorite color. So what I do is we go on the floor like this. Okay. And we start from here. A good stretch. Alright. So you go on your fingertips, put your fingertips down, and then you go from a pike position, holding yourself up like this, into a handstand. So I'm not quite there yet, but I can get to the next part. So let's see if I can do it again. Here we go. Ready? Okay. Up and over. Come on. Ugh. Almost. I'm missing a lot of strength from the front of my shoulders, so I think that's a place that I need to revisit whenever I'm doing exercise things. I lost all my viewers. What happened? It's okay. Only the hardcore are here. Still backflip though. Calisthenics? I've never done calisthenics. I imagine someone joining the stream right now. Who cares? My profession is tricking, so that's well, it was tricking. That's what I did for a living. I was a circus performer. That's me. There's a different video that I wanted to pull up. Oh, that's fight choreography stuff. Let me see here. Action! Oh, that's other fight choreography stuff. Let me see. This is probably a good one. So I don't have my Iron Fist stuff on here, but that's me. Tricking is at least very close to calisthenics. I don't think it's very close at all. Teeterboard. Falls. Flipping. This is more parkour stuff. I don't do parkour, but whatever. This is more of what I do. Man, I used to fly. I can only do 10 pull-ups. I'm not very strong. Yeah.
Recording to logbook.
So, yo, thank you for the follow. I'm waiting for chat to pull up because I can't read that on the screen. Chat, tell me who followed. Maybe. I don't know who that was, but whoever just subbed, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So yeah, that's what I do. I've been hurt for like 2 years, and so I'm like, I've lost so much so much strength, so much strength. So I'm really just trying to get healthy. I've been saying that for like 2 years, but I'm really just trying to get healthy. And like, you know, Cirque du Soleil went out of business, so I can't go back to Cirque. But here we are. I'm doing music. Yay! Fucking music. It's fun. It's fun. It's not as exciting, but I do enjoy it quite a bit. I like doing sound design and teaching. So yeah. No, I don't know what. I don't even remember what I asked, to be honest. So I apologize. Um, Imperial. So that texture that I had on here was just a glitch cut, so it's not even a snare. It's just something that I bounced from here, but it's just a bunch of shit like this. Sir, that'll be $5.95. Oh, can I also get this candy bar? Yeah, so it ended up becoming, there's stereo information on the side, so that's why it seems kind of like a pan snare. How hard is it to actually learn to headstand? It's very easy. A handstand is different. A handstand is, if you're going to do a handstand correctly, like, it takes time. It's an art. But if you like are really strong and you just muscle it, then, you know, just do some push-ups. Which is probably why I don't really do push-ups that much anymore. I do more pull-ups and like other things, but that would make a lot of sense. I need to strengthen my upper chest a lot more. And the thing with the thing with handstands and stuff too is that they use all of the smaller muscle groups in your body. So stuff like here, and so it's really difficult to develop, and then it's very easy to lose. So if you don't use it, then a lot of times you end up losing that kind of strength. But yay. Okay, I think that what I want to do with this is maybe is kind of have this like maybe with a filter or something, so that way it sounds more mechanical and like in the background as opposed to being like an actual replacement. So push-ups over pull-ups for handstand? Yes, and the reason why is because when you're pulling towards when you're pulling towards your center, which is like your center mass, this is actually where you have the most strength. But when you're doing a handstand, you're pushing outward. And so you have to rely on your smaller muscle. Well, you can use your lats, but it's more so on your traps and deltoids and stuff to hold yourself away. It's a lot more difficult to push than it is to pull something closer to you, because you're pushing away from your center of strength, if that makes sense. So more push-ups. You can also do Chinese push-ups, I think is what they're called. But basically what you do is, yeah, these are really good. In fact, I should do some of those. Well, I'm not going to do some right now, but what you do is you are kind of like in a pike position from standing up, kind of like this, and you lean over here, and you basically do a push-up, but in this way, kind of like that. And that's going to tackle a lot of those smaller muscle groups. Although it's not going to help you get there 100%. It's something that's relatively easy that you can do, like when you first wake up. When I was training for my second black belt test, the first thing that I would do when secretly a sports dream, I don't play sports. I don't do anything regarding sports. I was a professional athlete, but not a competitor. The martial arts and stuff that I did was never for competition by any means. This might actually be cool if I throw a disperser on it too. And then maybe because of that, I can kind of pull this back a little bit as well. And push that out to the side a bit as well. My favorite sport is production ball. Yo, antelope. A pike push-up? Maybe. I don't know. The Cirque du Soleil said, when I was training for Cirque, they were like, this is a Chinese push-up. So that's just how I know it as. So forgive me if I'm politically incorrect. So I don't think that I'm on this website anymore, but here's my instructor. That's my instructor. That was his teacher, and he was under Bruce. So Joe Ledlow was under Jerry. Poteet was under Bruce. And so one of my instructorships is in Jeet Kune Do, and then the other one is in Doji Kung Fu, which isn't really Kung Fu. It's like practical mixed martial arts, or mixed martial arts for real life scenarios, if that makes sense. Evolution. But yeah, that's kind of what my lineage is. I have to stay off the internet of like anything regarding JKD, because I get into these like keyboard warrior moments where I'm like, what you're doing is it's bad. Yeah, but that's I definitely don't want to talk about martial arts politics while I'm doing a music stream. Okay, and so this is kind of busy, but I think, like, what do you guys think about this section? Do you think that it kind of works as it picks up a little bit? And then we need some kind of like glitch hit right there or something to... Is there anything even on this? Is this just an empty track? I do that all the time. I'll like create a new track and I'll be like, this is it's gonna do something, and then it becomes useless. Useless. And then I think right here is where we want to kind of try to find something to fill. That's kind of cool. Okay, and then what we can also do to help fill out some of the space, since we don't have a lot of layers right here, is to pull that reverb in like that. And then what does this sound like on the full phrase? I kind of like to hear a snare fill at some point. It's I'm trying to, so I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually trying to not do that purposefully, because what I'm trying to create with this is space as much as possible. So the goal of this tune is to have a sense of restraint, if that makes sense, because otherwise I could just be like, you know, but what I'd like to do is to have these push-pull moments, and I think the best way to achieve that, as far as like my own personal knowledge base goes, is to create that sense of like, there it is. Oh, there it is. I'm over here saying, like, talking as if my music is even cool. Okay, this needs to be right there. Alchemy, can you change the stream resolution to 1080p 30 frames per second? It's much better quality than 720 at 60 frames. CPU load will be the same. I'm streaming at 1080 60. I'm checking right now, or double checking. Yeah, that's not me, that's YouTube. I'll look into it, but I can't change the settings. I can't change the settings on here while I'm live, but yeah, like I said, I'm only display option is 720/60 on my ends. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure that my settings on this, I think that it's a YouTube thing, because hold on, I'm trying to check. Okay, so it does say that, but it's not telling me what my output resolution is for this. But when I was streaming on Twitch, it was the same thing. I was 1080. I actually usually can do 1080 60. YouTube 720 at 60 feels bad, man. I don't really care though. It's clean enough, to be honest. Well, you know, I want my stream to be as high quality as possible for you all, but yeah, like I said, most of the time I stream at 1080 60. So that's kind of weird, but I will look into it after the stream and future streams. Okay, so I'm sorry if it's an inconvenience. Well, and the other thing too is like there's some people that I know that are part of my subscribers, and they have really big issues with eyesight, just with vision. Sorry. And they said, I remember having that complaint before when I would kind of upload into stuff, and I made a point of adjusting that. So it's kind of strange to me that that the output on this is downscaled back down to 720. So the audio is good quality, which is the most part. Well, some people it's hard to cater to everybody, because some people want to. Some people want to come in to learn. Some people want to come in to actually watch and see what's going on. Some people just want to hang. So, well, like I said, when I was streaming to Twitch, it was an automatic 1080 60, and I even had options to stream in 4K, which I never did, but that was that. But for some reason, that's on there. Hi, Bugman. How are you? Okay, I need to abuse this a little bit more so I can figure out what the hell is going on. Chinkaboom. Actually, what I can do is just copy this and then paste that there. There we go. Okay, and I think what I wanted to do right here was actually have this undo is actually have this not on a brand new bar. So there we go. And then have this play a rhythm. I think that was what I originally intended. I just had this set up in the wrong spot. So that sounds a lot better to me. I might do. You know what, Entity? I might do like a like boom, boom, pop, boom, pop. That might be kind of cool to do in this tune. For regular uploads, there's way more time for YouTube to process and optimize your videos for streaming in various quality settings, enabling higher quality and lower bit rates simultaneously. When I upload to YouTube, I use Final Cut, and when I record, I record through OBS Streamlabs in the same way that I stream. So that's why it's really confusing, even on the record settings. Um, Even on the record settings to that it would switch over that way. So again, I apologize. I had no idea that I was streaming at 720, but again, I'll look into it for future stuff. I'm still messing with this and stuff, but towards the afternoon, I'm thinking about doing a tune feedback later. And if that's something that you guys are interested in, I am trying to do a tune feedback stream like twice a week. And it's a creative tune feedback thing, so I don't do like technical feedback because I hate doing technical feedback, like your snare is in 200 hertz and shit. But if that's something that you're interested in, then you can look for that in a few hours. Like not a fill bar, just a one-time pretty chill thing. I use sometimes Stutter Edit for this kind of stutter. Do you know that plugin? I do, and I don't use it on purpose because I find that I really get exactly what I want doing it by hand. And then I think right here, what might actually also be cool is to do some other kind of glitch fill. So and okay, we need that sound. KK, me too. It's just more of an inspirational tool. So my favorite like stutter thingy to use for that kind of thing is Portal, because it's something that you can use in as effect, and it also has a rhythmic engine built into it. Okay, so that's misplaced somewhere. Okay, that's where that belongs. Oh, what did I just move? Okay, and then let's maybe play with bringing back one of those basses that we bounced out earlier. So I think that's... Something like that might be kind of cool for that little moment. That's kind of cool. And then let's bring this back down. And I have this like idea that I want to have some kind of mechanical line over this at some point. So that might be a good place to actually do that fill. Sadly, I missed you make that growl bass line. It's on a VOD from yesterday. Actually, I have a I have a tutorial called the O Nose bass, and then also a second one called the Void Bass 2 that I recently put up. It's pretty much the same. The way that I make basses are pretty much the same these days, so you can watch that, and that way you only have to sit through 10 minutes as opposed to 6 hours. What am I looking for? I think I'm looking for drums. Yeah, that's kind of cool. We're gonna get a fill, boys. Maybe I can do. And then let me go to Elon Moore stuff. Fuck. Yeah, it's Elon Moore a long time ago had a free sample pack that he put out, and unfortunately he took it down. But it's nice. I can teach you how to make. Well, I have a video on how to make snares like that. It's called "How to Make Your Snares Schmeck." But the trick behind getting snares that loud is using a soft clipper and then boosting it back up with a limiter with some kind of gain booster. But yeah, let me get through this idea and I'll show you what I mean. Okay. So there's your fill. It's not quite a snare fill, but I still feel like the energy is there because of the suction motions and stuff. I think that's nice. Okay, so we need that consistency right here because that's kind of what's helping us keep this rhythm. Boom, 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 boom. So is this a... Okay. And then maybe we can do like another. Oh, also, let me just grab this and do something cool with this. So maybe something like that, nice and easy. And then we can. Oh, well, we could do a triplet thing right there. That might be kind of sick, but that would have to be at the last phrase. So you can do like a. Something like this might be kind of cool. I'll keep that in mind when I work on this section. Okay, so what I think I might do is we'll just save that right there and then activate that. And then whoa, what the fuck? Stop it. That's kind of cool. Let's see if that is somewhat interesting. I feel like, if anything, this would want to, like, be double and be reverse. Yeah, but no. Yeah, but nah. Yeah, but nah. Yeah, but nah. That's actually kind of cool. Maybe I can kind of fade that out so that way you have a little bit of silence in between, so it has kind of like a textural. That's kind of sick too. Okay, let me listen to this again. Yeah, no, but yeah, but nah, but yeah, but nah. Sorry. Vroom, 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 vroom. Sure, but no thanks. But I'm cool, but maybe I. Nah, yeah, nah. Okay, how many bars is this? Because I'm totally lost. Like right now, I'm just making phrases and they're completely arbitrary towards like a call and response type thing. So while I do like the phrases that are in here, they might need to kind of. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, so this right here will be a new start, so we can do a. And then right here we can consider throwing that fill in. Okay, so. Okay, so now all we have to do is just create some kind of thing right here. And I think what I'm going to do is just kind of fill out this space a bit and then play around with it. Because what I really want to do right here is, like, I have this little thing set out right here, but I wanted this to have like a glitch moment, if that makes sense. Big thonk moment. And just kind of like break the whole thing. And then I'm just going to grab the main section A and then pull it back right here and then do an outro, and then that will kind of be the tune. Because I don't really, this is one of those things that you put on kind of like, I don't want to compare it, but kind of like an Audica tune where like you have a short intro and then you just let it play and then it's over, you know, as opposed to being all kind of like fucking epic story and stuff. I mean, as of now, as far as content goes, 520. It's still pretty short, but that's okay. Yeah, nice. Okay. So, yeah, cool, nice. Dope. Cool and nice. So there is a contrasting section between this, and I'm okay with it for now, because I didn't really have any idea about what I wanted to do for a second section anyways. So I'm just gonna delete all this stuff for now and kind of repeat this. So we have this little 2-bar phrase. Sorry, we have this 4-bar phrase right here. And then I think it would be kind of cool to maybe repeat that same noise. So like a and then we can figure out different ways to break that, if that makes sense. So yeah. I haven't forgotten. I'm just trying to fill the section out first, and then I'll play with placing rhythms and stuff. Like, I don't think about doing a fill before I have content to fill. You know what I mean? I have to have like a main idea, and then I can think about varying on that rhythm that I've established. And I would ideally, like, I think what would be cool right here is to have is to do like a confused part right here with this, like, you know, something like that. I think that would be sick. Hopefully, I guess we're gonna rely on randomness to find it, but stop doing that. Yeah, that's kind of close. Maybe I can just kind of keep that there for now, but now we're kind of in this section or this part, which is kind of like a little other mini part. So let me put this down and insert this and call this main section 1C. Umami section. Main section 1C. These things are lifesavers, guys, when you're trying to work in tunes like this that are like hella abstract. And then what I'll do right here is insert another thing, and that will be main section 1 D's nut. Just kidding. Sort of. Okay, and then we can pretty much fill in the spaces from here. Noise. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so from here, what? First time seeing that labeling in the timeline? Nice. Mate, that's hella offensive? In what way? I didn't even complete the word. It just says these new. Like these new shoes, or like this could be an off way of saying Disney, like Disney. It works, I guess. I needed something of an ear catch. Yeah, I know, man. I'm still building it. Give me some time. Where's this glitch at? Oh, here it is. These Neuro Tunes. Hell yeah. Okay, this kind of sounds cool. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to balance this out and process this sound kind of like a hydraulic maybe. And then we also need that one sound, that sound, because that's kind of what's keeping this whole tune. Yeah, okay, so let's listen to this phrase again. And honestly, like, I'm not really worried about being right now. I'm just like, the big thing is just put stuff on the timeline and then decide, and then decide if it works or not. And that's like the best way to get through this or power through these things. maybe right here we can do some kind of like pitch bend. Maybe something like this. Not that high. And then we can use... I like steam. That's some great advice, I think. I think I'll start doing that. Yo, like, if anybody has just kind of gotten into contact with me, or you guys just found my channel, like, when I first started streaming, which was actually on YouTube, Avin was there, Carbon was there, Incity, I think that you were also there, but like I had the worst freaking beat block, man. The worst beat block, and I was just like, oh, I just can't make a decision. And it drove me crazy. And I've kind of just been taking a lot of time to figure out different ways to try to drop over that hunch. And then like sometimes it's just like throw something on the timeline, just try it and just do it. And sometimes that can be helpful. Sometimes it's not, but okay. I think it would be kind of cool to do like a little double kick right there. Not unlike Pokemon, you know, like, but the kick is too short, so we need to fill that out. Okay. Obviously there's a space right there, so maybe we can actually, and then we can manipulate that to kind of come up this way. And then like we can even play with that right there, because that's a cool little hit. But it's kind of cheesy, so I think I'm gonna maybe take this out and try something else. That's cooler. Okay, so okay, obviously like there's a space that's missing right there, so I think I'm gonna keep that kind of dry and then let this and then we can, there's a space right there for some kind of rhythm, so we can find something else to fit in right there. Come on. I will try to go outside. Have fun all. Cheers, bro. Okay, man. Take care of yourself. Thanks for coming in and hanging. Okay, so that needs a little bit of support too, because the sound is interesting, but I think that it needs kind of like some high end. I like this one, but I want to see if there's something else better. Okay. Okay, and then so right here in this section, let me play something. We can do, I'm just going to make a note. And this is another trick that I have found to be incredibly useful is like when you want something but you don't know what you want, you can make a little note to yourself by creating a clip and say like insert fill or, you know, a placement rather. So fill, which would actually be right there, but and then we want a bass. There we go. This sub is literally just a sine wave, but it's working out pretty well, I think. That's pretty cool. Nice. Okay, so boom, ka, boom, ka. And I think right here we can do like big transition. So let me just make a note right here. Big transition. So what I might do is I might bounce out one of these cuts or whatever and then just do kind of like my typical like wind up like boom 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 and then just repeat to back to main section 1. I really don't like to repeat main sections, but I do think that like for this particular tune it fits. And right now I'm kind of just like focused on filling out the arrangement, and then I'll go back and like actually listen to the whole thing and then be like, all right, I identify a problem here, I identify a problem here, and go back and do that. And that's not always how I work, but in this particular case, I find that that would be the most strategic way to approach it. Yo, what up, direct action? Yeah, you know what I mean. The vroom, 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 vroom. And we can also borrow from some of these elements over here that I haven't really touched. So, like, just for the sake of filling space out, like, I don't see any reason why we can't kind of bring some of that back over here. And let's just see if that... Yeah, it works. Totally works. And we can even play with doing something different with that lately, but just filling out different means of content. What is this? That's like nothing, but okay. part's a little bit confusing, so I think what I might do is I might even just take out this bar right here, and try to repeat that. Okay, and now I see I actually threw this on the third bar as opposed to the fourth. So all I have to do is come over here and just push that. There we go. And then now I can work on 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, fuck. And then I can just copy this. And what I'll do is I'll move this over because that's a completely different phrase. And then right here I'll just paste this and put a kick right here to try to complete the call and response. Okay, so now we've got just jumbled up ideas. And we can kind of maybe find something else. Right here it might be kind of cool to make this like pitch up in a way that, again, it's I'm trying to make this kind of feel like it's do something. Okay, might be kind of cool to do that fill right here. So like a boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, pop. Okay, and I think what I'm going to do right here is I really like that sound right here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this and bounce this out, pull it back here, and stretch it out. And then let's create a fill right here. Maybe play with the warp mode first. That's gnarly. That's also kind of cool. Okay. Yeah. Yas. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in the master and grab a tremolo. And we'll turn this on here, and then we'll go in here, and I don't know how, if any of you guys can do it, how some people have like a billion automation lanes open at once. I'm like I have to do one at a time because otherwise it drives me crazy. Okay, so let's try this to this and see how that sounds. That's too, goes too slow. Okay, and then we can fill in that space with some reverb, kind of like that. That's kind of cool. Poingy. Pluppy too. Okay, and then I think I want to make a cut right there of just like a boom boom. So yeah, so that needs to cut. Then I also need to pull this here first. These neuro sounds are intimidating. Why are they intimidating? Maybe I can find a different sound right there. Why does that still sound super wet right there? Oh, it's probably because there's a disperser on this, I think. Oh, there's a blur. Okay, so what happens if I just turn that off for a hot sec and then turn it back on? Or maybe over that way? Yeah, I mean it's all everything that you want to know is on there. I literally cannot think of a single secret that I have that I have not uploaded yet. I mean, like, unless if it comes to mind for an idea for like a video, but for the most part, just about everything that I know, I've pretty much placed on YouTube. It's just a matter of like building an intuitiveness around it, I think. Okay, I think it would be kind of cool to have something else right there too. That's a cool phrase. Okay, and then we need something that's going to help support that as a kind of wind up or something too, I feel. So maybe we can stretch this out a little bit and then turn it down. I now have Bitwig pinned on my taskbar for some reason. Sorry. I don't know. Okay, it might be kind of cool to have like this pan thing come in. Yeah, just like way over to the side, but obviously we've got some low end in there. And so maybe what I can do is just kind of turn that down a bit. Again, yeah, that's a cool effect. Okay, let's listen to this whole thing and see how it sounds. I'm definitely like doing fine as far as breaking it. Like that was what was intended, but now it's just a matter of making it seem like if it's still going to be interesting that far into the tune. And I don't know about you guys, but it really feels like for you guys like that are watching this, doesn't this tune feel a lot longer than it is? At least when I listen to this kind of music, that's what it seems like. And that's kind of why I've been aiming to make like shorter versions or like shorter songs that still have the same kind of energy. So that way it still stays interesting, but it doesn't fatigue your ears for as long. just silence there. So yeah, it's still a little bit too broken. So I need to kind of like figure out a way that I can still continue to break this, but have a little bit more consistency within the rhythm. Because right now, I think that one thing that really makes this like punch or kind of like change up the rhythm in such a way that's too abstract is what do you mean full quality? Is this sub right here actually? Or I need to bring this sub into the next thing rather. Glitches. Glitches with what? And instead of doing that skip thing right there, I think that I should probably just pull that back as well. So we'll grab these. Dude, what? Come on. Sparse glitch phrases with convoluted vocal accents? You mean like hear everything on an individual track? Or what are you asking? Okay, and then the other thing that I want to do here too is I do like that, but I think that I want the snare to come in first before we start to break that. So or maybe what I can even do is leave this here, but start with the mix kind of low, kind of like this, and then start to gradually pull that up over time. Yeah. So right there, we want to have some reverb kind of come in. And then let that reverb come back in right there too. And then we can fill in that reverb there from there. And then from here, all we have to do is just create that big transition on this last bar. And then that will kind of be there. But this does sound a lot cooler now. I find that just by switching the timing of that snare, I feel like it made this entire main section 1C like way more cohesive. Yo, thanks so much for coming in and hanging, man. I hope you had a good time, learned something, and I had fun, and I appreciate you being here with me. I had a good time. Well, I'm still here, but I hope you had a good time. think that right here I can also kind of bring that in a bit. Okay. So nice. So now let's go ahead and find, I think I want to use a mechanical sound rather than like a typical like Cohen sound, like boom, 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 boom. So I think I'm going to try to find something. First thing I'm going to do actually is man, such a cool sound. But I need to get rid of that. And then we don't need those things there. So let's go ahead and find some kind of mechanical sound that we've already made. I know that there's tons in here throughout this project of just sound design, session, jam stuff, which I'd most likely check this first. And what I can do as well is I've stretched this out to hell, but okay, so actually, yeah, let's just do that. So I'm gonna make a new thing and then pull this into here into the sampler. And then I'll just find the cut here. And I think that would be a lot easier to do. No dead air. No dead air. That first sound is actually might be totally fine. Yeah. Okay, let's try it and just see if we can get the, obviously I need to process this, but if we can just get the timbre that I'm looking for, then it will make it worth it. And then what I can do is grab this speed. So just kind of dip that down. to a really slow amount. You kind of have to be fine with this. And then we can maybe create some kind of crossfade. I really want there to be a snap function to where the play and the loop point start with each other. That's one thing that drove me crazy about Ableton sampler, and it also drives me crazy about this sampler as well. That is kind of cool, so. Come on. Not quite. So what I'll do instead is I'll just grab one of my free things from Abhorrent Mech, and that'll be easier. Does Ableton Sampler have a speed knob? I don't think so. It's primarily dictated by pitch, I want to say. Let's try that one. That's kind of cool. Okay, it's not really what I was going for, but I think that it's something that we can mess with. might be kind of cool. Kind of pull the pitch down slowly. And then what we can do is maybe throw in something like that. And see how that sounds. Sounds pretty cool, but that's a little quiet. So. And I would want this to go a little bit quicker. Okay, so I do like that sound. It's pretty cool. But let's make it a little bit more present in this mix because it's still kind of held back by quite a bit. So. And then we can also do like maybe like a bit crusher on this. I don't know about you guys, but like this stuff that I'm doing now is usually the coolest part of like watching a stream or something. Of just like when somebody is just doing some random how do I say, like non-premeditated sound, and they're just trying to like create something and see what that sounds like. Yeah, that sounds nice. Okay, I can back off that a little bit more though. Create something like this. And then we need a kick. And then we need a pitch bend bass, a pitch bend sub. And we also are going to need one of these. Then let's see if that leads back into the first main section, because that's what this is designed for. So. And then I'll probably have this kind of rise up as a pitch too. I like that. That's nice and ghostly. It's not bad. Um, there's some stuff that we're losing on the second part right here. Like this does a great job of having some energy with some high end stuff, and we're losing. That's not present in the second half of this or in the main section C. So I have to go back and kind of maybe look at that. But we wrote a second section down for this, and normally what I would do is that like after main section 1B, I would have a break and then lead into something or like have a bridge or whatever. But like I said, I think for this tune, I kind of just wanted it to be like just let it rock and try to ride this rhythm as long as possible and then let it go. But yeah, 520 to 659. So that's what, like a minute 40? And then we're going to lead back into, I want to say that we're going to lead back into main section 1A and 1B. So let me see. Wait, I don't have any pitch fills on this? Really? What the fuck? Okay. Or sorry, reverb fills. Control C. Control V. And then what we can do is just kind of have that. So we've got, this starts at 5:53, ends at 7:43. So that's almost like a good 2 minutes of just like rock it out. And then from here I can, this is way too long, section 1D. And then I can go back and bring this over to here. Okay, or not. Option. Okay, I can't do that, but we can insert another one then. Main 1A. Then repeat main 1B. And then right here we can do our outro. Cool. And what I think I can do for this is to just have this lead in. And then what I'll do is some kind of soundscape for this, just to kind of fade that out. But actually, that seems kind of nice. And then I think that I have this like factory thing I want to say. And then we can also do okay. So that's an easy that's a super easy outro. So let's listen to the whole thing. And I know that I haven't done any edits to this part yet, although I don't really think that I want to, other than maybe like a couple of instances just to remind you that this part is a little bit different as opposed to like doing something completely insane and like super cuts or whatever. And I do like doing that, but I don't feel like that's necessary for this tune because it's kind of just like a continuous push, if that makes sense. But let's see if this all kind of leads into each other, but we were able to at least sketch out a rough like a rough arrangement, and that's what I was mostly concerned with. I think what I'm going to do is okay. So right here, before we get into that, there's gonna need to be like some kind of reverb thing or something. And I think that something that would also help bleed in that main section 1C and stuff is to have something there or have some kind of call, because right now it's just this. And I think that's a strong opening, but I think that there needs to be some kind of like other less important sound under this in order to kind of reset or regain a new like call and response, if that makes sense. Sort of, maybe. I don't know. It makes sense in my head. But let's fix that first problem that I mentioned, and that is kind of having some kind of impact or reverb to this. Because right now, the transition just isn't quite right. Hey, you're right. Watching your unplanned workflow is nice. You make different decisions than I, and it sounds great. Thanks, man. We all do. We all make different decisions, like when we're not really sure what it is that we're going to do. But one thing that I can do is I can EQ this and make it not sound so shitty, for one. There we go. And then we can automate some reverb on this because it's a transition. So I kind of want that to bleed over anyways. So we can kind of just pull that up and then pull it down. Yeah, I think that makes that seem a lot more believable, if that makes sense. Okay. So one thing that I probably won't do today, but I'm going to make a note for it, is that there needs to be some kind of riser about here. And I have an idea for that to be like a mechanical riser of some sort that needs to kind of start to build tension and signify or hint, I think it is better, and hint that this is getting ready to end, and then it can kind of wind down in the same way of just like. And maybe what I can even do is borrow some of these other things that I've used. Kind of like that stuff. And just reuse some of the same assets from the intro. Because that's pretty much what we're trying to do anyways. Okay, and then I have some other sounds in here somewhere. Yeah, like that's perfect. We can just do that, but in reverse. It gets to the point. It's done fairly quickly. I think it works. So with all that, let's see how long the tune is now. 520 to 754. So yeah, it's about 2.5 minutes, and I think that like it has, you know, it has the main idea, it has an intro, it has an outro, and then basically like it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't need to be any longer. Like I don't know if you guys know who Audica is, but I'm a big fan of Audica. But one thing that I've noticed within their tracks is that they have a lot of like they repeat the same section over and over again, and not all the time, but in some of their songs that I really like Torque Limit, they have this like repeating thing like a few times, and for me, I'm just like, dude, just like cut it in half, and then if somebody wants to put it on repeat, like this will loop pretty easily. And if somebody wants to DJ to it or whatever, or I don't even fucking know because I can't imagine anybody using this in a DJ set anyways or something. But you just have that core idea, and it's easy to be repeated as opposed to like, I don't know. I guess I just don't want people skipping the song. I'd much rather it be interesting from beginning to end and be this long as opposed to like have all this like overworked content and be like this long, right? Especially if it's the same song anyways. So, and that's not a smack on them because their music is obviously what I'm trying to do here. But just as far as like my take on creating something that's more concise, I just don't want the listener to get bored because there is no harmony in this. There is no tone. It's all just like mechanical sounds and shit with a rhythm. And I'm trying to respect the listener's attention span, just because like it's just one of those things. I share that philosophy. Yeah, and plus like it takes away a ton of pressure of being like, oh, I need to make my song this long, or I need to do a completely different main section. If it comes naturally and you have an idea for it, then yeah. But like okay, so like philosophy time. But like how many projects do you have a kick-ass main section for, and the number one thing that's holding you back is doing a second main section, or the number one thing that's holding you back is doing or writing another part of the arrangement. So instead of trashing the song or trashing the idea, just make the idea a little bit longer or extend the idea or repeat the idea and then outro that shit out, and then you have a finished track that is going to be interesting all throughout. There's tons of tunes like that don't have like super contrasting elements to it or whatever. Exactly, and that's kind of like this trend that I've started too. Same thing with that tune that I played on Stream to Death. This one right here, it's a little bit under 2 minutes, but it gets to the point. It has two different. This actually has two different sections in it, just a really short like bridge in between, and then finishes out because like I said, I don't need this to be, you know, an epic. And I used to want to write those kinds of tunes, but I find that taking a step back and trying to really refine like the core ideas of what I want to exemplify in music, if I ever want to go back and write this huge, 7-minute song or something, and I want to incorporate these ideas, then I'm going to have the practice and I'm going to have the fortification to know how to at least get that far in the tune. Like Avin, yo, like how many times have you watched me on stream make a main section? I'm like, this is kind of cool. And then I'm like, okay, but now I need to write something melodic to it. Now I need to make it make sense in that way. And it's a trap for me. And that's something that I don't want to do. I'd much rather finish the song and feel good about it. I love to make lots of sections, but most of the time I suck at the cohesion. So that's something that is possible too. Like, for this, I wanted to keep the rhythm consistent. And in some songs, I have two completely different parts. And sometimes it is fun to do all that, but if you can't make that many versions, or like if you have like a bunch of different versions and they don't make sense, like for one, you don't have to use them all, or two, you can turn those into other songs or something else, So it's like, how do we make the most out of the content that we create as opposed to like getting overwhelmed that we have to finish something? And I don't know why I'm reasoning like my creative direction, but I'm sharing it with you in case if you all struggle with like, finishing your tunes or something. I was just going to plan on making this was my whole day, this section right here. But the way that I feel like the song caters to that is to just kind of repeat and let that play out. And it's a different structure than what I'm used to, but I want my songs to have different structure because they've all been the same. Every song, intro, main section 1A, main section 1B, sometimes 1C, bridge, main section 2, outro. So having something a little bit different and having like dynamic structures within this is going to help. I think it's going to help my music, and I'm speaking for myself, but also potentially your music, seem like it's not the same song. You know, if it's the same structure, same sound design, uh, you know, same setup, just maybe with, one different rhythm or something, then I really am afraid of like falling into the monotony of like every tune that I make sounding, exactly the same. And I like having a signature and I like having, people being able to recognize my sound design that I've kind of grown into. But aside from that, like a diversity is really important to me. And it should be important to anybody that wants to, stay relevant in their own music. Let me rephrase because fuck what everybody thinks. But I think more so for the sake of not trying to be bored with what you're making, or not feel like you are getting into that trap of like, oh man, this sounds just like this other tune that I made. It's like, okay, well, what can we do in order to explore different ways to make that different and to do all that other stuff? Like something that I want to explore eventually is going back to maybe some lighter stuff of IDM and then making it really dark and really heavy, so that tune that Avin had me write, I think is a great jump off point to kind of do that. But going from like a descent type idea of starting in some place that's kind of okay or like kind of melancholic and then just like sinking into this like super dark like, so I'm really liking shorter tunes as well, both listening and making, especially over tunes that just repeat the same section and have a midsection with one sound added from the intro. Yeah, exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that, it's a structure. And sometimes people want to hear those ideas repeated, but for this kind of music, like it's too abstract in my opinion for somebody to pay attention to it. Like there's too much going on, there's too much just random shit to try to catch on to. And when there isn't something to hold on to within a tune, it becomes boring. So I guess my philosophy is just how do we combat that while still introducing all of these like technical elements to be appreciated rather than ignored or looked over. I don't even know who listens to my music, to be honest, so whatever. But as far as being my own critic, that's what I would want to try to bring out as far as like what I'm doing within my own tunes, if that makes sense. Hey man, I made a track called Life Changed Children on SoundCloud. You might be inspired by Neuro Epic. I tried. Yeah, I'm gonna do tune feedback sometime later today. I'm not gonna do tune feedback right now, because I'm working on music. But when I'm done, I might go off stream for an hour or something and like eat some food or something, and then hop back on and we can do our creative feedback. But that would be a good time for you to send that to me if you want me to listen to your music. I do enjoy listening to people's music quite a bit. That's why I do like doing the tune feedback thing. But I don't. I try to stay on task whenever I'm like making music or something, just because then if I start to lose focus too much or go too far, then I don't want to work on music anymore. I want to do something else. So I don't know, man. Like this journey, this learning journey of like how to just like hammer through all this stuff has been quite a journey. This journey has been quite a journey, to say the least. But yeah, man, look at that. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, does anybody have any questions or anything that you want me to cover as far as question wise, or curiosity or something that I can answer while I'm still on this project? And I will continue this tomorrow to do like cleaning and kind of like fiddling and stuff and maybe mixing and mastering because it's not mixed very well, of course. But one thing that I feel like made a big difference is really going back and adding stereo with, even if it is artificial. But dude, like listen to how much bigger this sounds from from, let's just listen to the main section, but listen to the comparison. So versus do I have snare and kick sample packs? I do. If you want to take a look at those, it's called, fuck, what is that sample? It's called Either. um, so this is a halftime beat kit that has kicks and snares. So that's pretty much what you get from like kicks and stuff. So yeah, those are the snares. And then I have some like glitch hits. So yeah, this is on sale for $10 on my website. It's right there. Yeah, you just go to alchemy.com, and I got a bunch of free shit on there too. So if you guys are interested in, if you guys like the samples and stuff that you hear, the things that I make, I am at some point going to do Ether Volume 2. That's not going to be just for halftime music, because I think that I'm making much better snares and kicks now these days anyway. Compared to what, 6 months ago, I think is when I put that out. But I mean, all this stuff is super usable. But yeah, there's a ton of free resources on there on alchemy.com. My music is free. I've got bass stuff that's free. I've got presets that are free. So this is free. This is a project file for Bitwig that's free. And if you don't have Bitwig, the stems are included in this. There's a full bass dictionary for Faceplant. Aberrant Mech is a lot of the mechanical samples that I used in this tune. And then there's a I'm Not Cohen sound preset on here as well that you can hop into. But yeah, so yeah, any other questions or like any production related things? Wow, we've been live for 4 hours. It took me 4 hours to write a second main section. I think your drums can easily be used from D&B to dubstep to trap, in my honest opinion. I think, like, so the thing that I worry about is, and I kind of did this on purpose and I didn't specify, so like it's kind of unclear marketing, but I kind of designed the drums of the first beat kit that I released to be manipulated in some way, as opposed to just load it in and hope that it sounds great. Because I do think that you're right and you can use it for multiple instances, I kind of wanted it to be kind of like a sculpting ground, right? I kind of wanted it to be like a place that you can sculpt different sounds and stuff and like kind of manipulate it or layer it, instead of just, I want to throw this snare in and then make it work, which you can do, but I don't know. A melody that is double tracked with different effects for left and right and lots of automated parallel spatial effects can interweave with the Neuro IDM stuff. Abstract melodies help bridge the gap too. Yeah, and like typical IDM for the most part has a consistent melody, right? It's got something that like has this like theme that doesn't ever stop, and usually like the drums or like certain percussive elements are what like you kind of break with IDM. And I think an excellent example of that is from like Old School Edit from the Glitch Mob. I don't remember what his full name is, but yo, like he is like the epitome of IDM in my opinion. Like this guy is what turned me on to Glitch in the first place. But this theme, right, is the main hook of the song. But for the most part, as you can hear, like the bass is pretty consistent, and then like the melody is broken in such a way, but it still pushes forward. There's still some kind of ambience over that, and so that's kind of one thing that I've taken from like major inspiration of doing my more like uh, what's the word, micro cuts. I've seen you mention an OTT like preset in Phase Plant. Do you know the name by chance? Yes, it's one that is it's a manipulation, or it's like an off thing that I've made from Phase Plant. Sorry, it's a variation of a preset, because if you just pull it up, it doesn't work that well. So you go into multipass. So it's actually a multipass preset, but it's called Overachiever. So you go into dynamics and you go to Overachiever here, and the thing that's different about this is that instead of 3 bands, it's 5 bands. And so what I did was, instead of have 5 bands of all this crazy shit, I just set the crossover to 250 right here, which I believe is the standard OTT crossover. And then you also take off the top band and do like 3K, I want to say. And then this gets pretty close. And then I turn the mix down to like 50%. Oh, you just do it here. So you go there. And then you can manipulate the attack and the release of it in such a way or whatever, right? And then you can, I guess, use it as a compressor from here on. But taking away taking away the top and bottom band and just having this is probably going to be as close to an OTT as you can get. So my preset is pretty much just that. I call it, what is it? It's something silly, kind of Ocarina of Time. So instead of OTT, it's OOT. But it is that. It's just that. So you can make this within Phase Plant if you have dynamics. But the thing is that you have to have the dynamics plugin in order for this to work, because dynamics can do both upwards and downwards compression on a single band or on a single instance. So basically what they did was they added 3 dynamics plugins and then tuned it accordingly to similar settings of an OTT from Ableton's multi-band compressor or Extra Records, which Ableton, of course, has originated the OTT thing. But yeah, that's what you would do. So yeah, you just make a kind of OOT, and then you're good to go. Yeah, any other questions? I'm kind of chilling right now. I'm ready for a break. Not a break from producing. Well, a break from producing, but not like a break where I want to stop doing something for a week or so, but just from this tune. I think I'm going to balance it out, actually. And have some fun. We need a name for this tune. Let me see. I write down a lot of track names, or like track name ideas. So let me see if I can find one that I think would be cool to name this track. Chromatophore would be cool. Of course, because that's what you do. You have these crazy scientific names for things, for Neuro Tunes, which unfortunately I'm falling into that trend. But chromatophore is the substance in a squid that allows it to change its camouflage. So it's pigment containing and light reflecting cells found in a wide range of animals, including amphibians, fish, reptiles, cephalopods. Mammals and birds, in contrast, have a class of cells called melanocytes for coloration. But yeah, a chromatophore allows you to kind of change your gatherer syndicate from today's stream, all the people being here. Which, by the way, guys, I really appreciate that. I hope that you guys have had as much fun as I have producing and stuff. And I don't know if I can do this all the time, but I've kind of started to find this comfortability of producing on stream, and I really enjoy being productive while kind of like talking and stuff. And on one end, it's not good because you guys are hearing all the tunes that I'm making, but on the other end, it's kind of cool because you guys can see what somebody who's not professional but somewhat been around the game for a little while can do in order to achieve a full track. The Gatherer Syndicate. I had this idea for this album that I want to do, but it's going to the sound palette that I want to use is not quite what this is. Yeah, science. Chromatophore. All right. Okay, so while that's exporting, let me find a meme tune. Yo, so you guys want to see the second? Oh my gosh, this is the second tune that I've ever made. Spread it around, everyone will have to step it up. That's the fun challenge. This is the second tune that I've ever made in 2013. You guys want to listen to this? I'm going to assume that the chat's going to catch up and say sure. Oh my gosh, this is so bad. So like when I first started producing, I wanted to do like glitch stuff, and I just automated Tornado in Machine, which is like just fucking hell. So everything is out of time, and it's pretty funny. Yeah, this is the second tune that I ever made. That's crazy. I was like trying to combine like glitch and like Flying Lotus like type beat. A 6-bar intro. This is so bad. Massive presets. Wow. So bad. Oh, I tried to do a midline.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, thanks so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oof, cringe. It's... What was I thinking? Well, I wasn't. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So this whole tune was made in Machine. Oof. Yeah, so that's that. So the first tune that I made, aside from like hip hop, because hip hop came pretty naturally to me, was this tune. And this was like when I started wanting to do more like heavy music with like melodic stuff. Do I use guitar rig or amplitude? I find that adding a few layers and adjusting more complex preset can add interesting spatial effect, especially when combined with the Master Live Convolution reverb. I do have guitar rig, but it's such a freaking monster on CPU that I tend to stray away from it. But since I got a new mic, this is uh, I've been trying to do a lot of recording with guitar, although unfortunately I can't do it on stream. But I have been messing with Guitar Rig on the actual guitar and just trying to play with stuff around like that. But the modulation that I've come to do has become so randomized and stuff that I need modulators that can do that. Whereas as cool as like an effect suite as Guitar Rig is, it might have been, I don't know, those are all presets. So I don't know. I didn't do any of that sound design. A guitar? Yeah. But yeah, the first like serious tune that I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe I might have something with this is this tune. Where is it? It's called The Aqueduct. So this was made in May of 2015, if I can find it. I know that I have it somewhere. And I was playing Ninja Gaiden around the time, and there's a level in Ninja Gaiden called the Aqueduct, and it's a shitty level, but it has some cool music. So this tune is actually like, this tune is actually a good tune. Did I write that in F? I don't know what I wrote that in. I want to say that I wrote this in... Oh, I wrote this in C minor. Or maybe G minor. Maybe it was G minor. Yeah. It's very different than what I'm doing today, but I think this was like right after I bought Complete 10 Ultimate, and so like I was trying to use everything that it had to offer. Yeah, this was like when glitch hop was really popular. Still a quiet, like this is a clean mix of a tune, but it's still really quiet. Oh, there's also stereo in the bass, because I didn't know about monoing the low end. Do I still have those stings downloaded? I'll just make my own. So yeah, that was like the first tune that I made that I was like, you know what? I might be okay at this. And I might like want to see if I can take this further. And now like I'm doing way different shit. But um, you know, people give me a lot of shit for not doing like melody driven things anymore, but I can still write melodies and stuff. It's just really hard to combine like the degree of heaviness with neuro with stuff like that, because even that song is like, it's cool when it has this like kind of like rock out attitude, but it's not really as dark as I wanted it to be. And you can kind of hear this progression though of that style of music over time, over the last 5 years rather, of this having like a melodic drive, and then the first EP that I came out with gets a little bit darker, and then the last EP that I came out with got a lot darker, and then the stuff that I'm doing now, I'm trying to figure out how to just keep going and keep going and keep just getting into this like really desolate place, just because I haven't figured out how to do it. And maybe once I get there, then I might want to do something else, but that's kind of been the whole thing that I've been trying to pursue, is just how do I make my sounds like more evil. I think that like everybody that makes electronic music wants to make some kind of like evil music to some degree, you know, unless if you make like pop or like EDM or something, which is totally fine. But I don't know. Um, yeah, but I've also written things in piano and stuff too, of just like straight up like orchestral or whatever. Like this is my favorite song that I've written. I actually just want to listen to one part to this, but I know how to write in piano and I know how to play to some degree. Oh, wait. I wrote this for a friend's birthday in 2017. But I don't have a piano anymore, so I don't even bother like playing piano or writing things in piano anymore. Did I write this in E? Do I still make lo-fi stuff? I haven't in a while. That's actually what I plan on doing next stream. So yeah, I still, I still I write all different kinds of music, but like Alchemy, the I guess the brand Alchemy is, trying to be this particular entity, and all this other music and stuff that I make doesn't really complement that alias. So Carbon was asking if I still make lo-fi, and the lo-fi alias that I have is Zinsei. It's stupid. It's pretty comical actually, but I appreciate the lightheartedness about it because it's a great contrast. Um, I've written a lo-fi tune in the last 6 months. I can say that much. Um, Let me find out where it is. I wish that like I could figure out like the date or something when all this stuff was added, but let me see. It's called Owls, I think. Oh no, I wrote this tune in at the end of April. I wrote two. Do you guys know Musar, right? I wrote a couple of tunes for him for his like DJ for his DJ thing. So this is actually one of my favorite lo-fi tunes that I've written. It's so like so yeah. I haven't written something lo-fi in a long time, but I still do from time to time. So yeah, that's my most recent lo-fi stuff I want to say. Um, but yeah. So what I think I'm gonna do now is I think I'm gonna get some food, and if you guys want to hang, then I'll put some music on and do kind of like an intermission or something while I just like throw some food in the microwave, and then we can get to tune feedback. Um, or if everybody wants to bounce, then I can try doing some tune feedback at a later time. But it's it's been 4.5 hours and I haven't had breakfast yet. I've only had coffee, so I need to eat something. But yeah, it's up to you guys. If you want, I can leave a playlist of my tunes, and we can kind of just jam out for a hot sec, or I can come back later. Doesn't really matter to me. Um, yeah, I love lo-fi. Like I I love hip hop in general. I don't like trap, but I love hip hop because I grew up with it. And there's just so much. I have so much like heart and soul for that. But that was like, to be honest, that was the big reason why I wanted to make halftime music, is because it still had those Jay Dilla vibes, but still had this like heaviness to it. But I haven't figured out how to mix, or there's a lot of missing pieces that I haven't been able to figure out from making halftime music in order for me to like stick with it. And I've been trying for like 2-3 years now, and unless if somebody is able to kind of just like show me the way, like DMTR tried, and I'm still just like fuck, man. um, but uh, but yeah, I need like some serious training on the matter. I can make a lot of the assets for it, you know, like a good kick and all this stuff. I need to go deliver flowers, but I do want to hear your feedback on this track. Okay, well, I'll be doing feedback for at least a couple of hours, so if you know, if you'll be back around then I will make time for you. Do I not cross over to drum and bass? Sometimes I have some like drum and bassy styles or like influences, but I never make something that's like full blown drum and bass. Um, I did make one drum and bass tune in 2017. What is that song called? I think it's called The Temple or something. Temple? Forgotten Temple. We can just listen to a piece of it. But again, this was like a long time ago, and I'm not mixing like the amount of knowledge that I've kind of developed over the past few years are way beyond what this is. Probably around 4. Oh, so like in an hour? Because didn't you say, is it 3 p.m. where you are? Or I don't know. What time is it where you are? 86 times 2, 175 perfect. 176, 86. Oh yeah. Oh, it's 11. This tune sucks. So yeah, that was the only like drum and bass tune that I've ever written. Yeah, well, what you can do is you can join the Discord if you are part of Discord. I guess I can pull Discord back up now, and you can post your tune and the tune feedback, which is down here, and we can all get to it there. I even post my own shit sometimes. I posted what I made from today, but the first half of the tune that was made. So you can post that there if you can't make the stream. Those bongs sound like hard bass synth. That's funny. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. That's the like the anytime I think of hard bass, like that's the only thing that I can think about. But so like that was the only drum and bass tune that I've made, but I do have instances of drum and bass in a lot of my other tunes. So like IED is an 87 BPM tune, and you'll hear like breaks from it, so kind of like jungle influences. So there's kind of like jungle influences on that, and then same thing here. Tripolowski. But yeah. And then the most recent thing that I've done with like drum and bass influences is Dream Chamber, which is one of my favorite songs that I've written in a long time. It just but I'm more like interested in doing like the breaks as opposed to just doing like straight up drum and bass. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with drum and bass these days. Just because I get really bored with like, I love drum and bass when it's done really well. Like Matthews and all those guys that make drum and bass are fantastic, and I would gladly listen to their music. Disprove all of them, but when I try to make drum and bass, I get really bored of just. Um, I have a different way of how I shape energy, I think is the best way to describe it within tunes. And I don't know how to shape energy in that way. And I also don't know how to shape energy in the context of halftime. Like even the song that we did today is a halftime tune technically, but it's not like a laid back, Ivy Lab type thing. It's not like it's more of like um that's a much different feel, if that makes sense. You talk about a challenge. Fucking trying to 3 years to figure that stuff out, and I still can't get it right. So yeah, that's but yeah, I do like to make a lot of different kinds of tunes, but I've kind of found myself within this like dark area of making like really like dark and dramatic you know really dark and dramatic stuff. At 86 is transferable. Yeah, and that's kind of where I float around these days now. Like this tune is 87. Usually I kind of float from anywhere from 82 to like 92 BPM. Sometimes 70, because 70 can work really well at both halftime and double time. Because, I mean, beat divisions are pretty much the same, right? But once you hit like 100 BPM, even past even past 90, right? Because then you get into like the 180 tempo, it becomes a little bit too much and hard to handle. But you really do have a lot of play from like 60 to 90 BPM of like half and double time and stuff. um but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with tunes. So yeah, I think I'm going to take an intermission, guys. If you want to hop off, then you're more than welcome to, but I think I'm going to just leave this up for a little while, and maybe we can chat about stuff if you want to while I eat. But yeah, it's all doable, but I guess it's like far as like accessibility, right? Because drum and bass works really well with halftime. And then part of it was like before halftime came out, it was drum step, right? So it was all pretty much like, whoa, look at Chad catching up. That's crazy. Um, but that was the part of it, right? So, and then like people started swinging it and being like, you know what? Um, Halftime or like hip hop is pretty much the same thing as halftime drum and bass. So we can change these beats into something that has more hip hop influences. And then it's like, Ivy Lab and, all the Ordure and fucking all those people just blew that shit up, which I honestly love halftime a lot more than like glitch hop. And even Neurohop is still pretty quick too, like 105 and stuff BPM, right? But that slower, just kind of like hella swung type beat that's my shit. Transfer those skills to difficult BPM that it seems like it shouldn't work. Yeah, it's all about context, man. Everything is context. That's what I say in all of my videos. So let me put together a playlist for you. What are you guys in the mood for right now? Do you guys like chill stuff, or you guys want to hear something that's like highly energetic? I think that I only need maybe like 10-15 minutes, so I'm not gonna like leave everybody hanging for a while, but I do need to make something to eat before I pass out. So what I can do is, yeah, let's do something kind of chill and accessible. I gotta eat something. Thank you for streaming. Take care. All right, cool. Let's do. I gotta go have dinner. I'll see you later. Everybody's bouncing. Death Step. I don't actually have any Death Step that I've made. I think let's put. Hi Jeff. Let's put some lo-fi on. Let me see. Or I can do some garage tunes. I've also done that. That might be kind of cool. Add to playlist. What other garage tunes do I have? I love garage. I need to go back and make something from garage one of these days. JK, I don't know. That's all good. Let me see here. Sorry, I'm looking for it. I can't believe I didn't have a garage tune on my... play next. And then let's do one more tune, which should be Plenty of Time, which we will do The Creature, there's Ghostly Theater, Minimal Dubstep. That was like the third tune I ever wrote, and I'm not going to play that one. And then we can do Doppelganger. Play next. And then we can finish up with kind of like a trip hop, a neuro trip hop. Okay, let's look at our cue. And let's move that here. I'm gonna play this one first. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna make some food. I'll be right back, guys. And much love. Don't forget to subscribe and all that stuff. And then we'll get into tune feedback. got myself some chicken paschetti. Ah, that's a good tune. I think the drums are way too clean though. I would want to. If I could have found a way to make this darker and more lo-fi-ish, I think it would have been a lot more dramatic. Hey, Anton. I'm just taking a short break, eating some food. Yeah, it's definitely in there. It's one of my favorite samples of all time.
Don't steal!
Yo, Straight, thanks so much, man. I really appreciate the membership. Poggers. As of now, I think you're the only person to actually have submitted something. But we're definitely going to pull your tune up first. New member! Yeah! Can I edit this? I can't. Alright. Cool, that was about 12 minutes, I'd say. If you are just coming in, hi, I'm Alchemy. Today I've been live for 5 hours and about 30 seconds. Yeah, so the feedback's open. So what you guys do is you come on over here to the stream feedback 999 and you post your tune there. You actually emailed me Straight, so I'm gonna check that here in a second, and I can just pull up your SoundCloud from there. But yeah, from the Discord, you just blah, 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 just post right there. Work in progress is only, and limit to. I need to actually change that in there. Limit to whips only. One tune per stream, please. Otherwise, you guys are going to send me your whole album. There we go. So the directions are clear. You can't post there? Oh, right. Okay. Hold on 1 second. You can attach files if you want. Welcome to the party, Straight. You can read messages. Okay, it should be open. Thanks for reminding me. So the goal with that was to have this be like a read-only channel for now until I do feedback streams and then close it, but I think I'm just going to leave it open and tell people to post in the regular tune feedback. But I have two different sections. One for people that are... Yeah, there we go. One for people that that are on stream, and then another for people that are off stream. So I think the permissions changed and we're good. All right. So yeah, Straight's a member, so he gets to skip the line. And we're going to listen to his tune first. And it is a very dastardly way of gaining memberships. But sometimes you don't want to wait that long. So, all right, we've got Radio, we've got Avin, we've got Tim. Let me pull up my email really quick. And then Straight, I'll just pull your tune up, okay? That way you don't have to submit. Yeah, I would have liked it if you could just post links on the YouTube chat, but for some reason you can't, so we have to do this like really convoluted way of doing things. Okay, life change, children. Okay, you're pulled up. Boom. Oh, not quite ready yet. There's a bot to like plus lock and unlock channels you can lock and unlock when I'm live streaming. I don't know how to do that, but I'm curious to know. Maybe I can look at that later because I would like to figure that how to do that. Plus lock and plus unlock channels so I can lock and unlock when I'm live streaming. Yeah, that would probably be the most efficient way to do that. Okay, I am almost ready. Let me readjust myself. You guys can say hi to my dog for a second if you want to. All three of them. Hold on. Oh, back. Oh, Remy, you want to say hi to stream? Come here. Come here. Come on. Oh, hello. Wait, where are you going? Come here. Come on. Hi. Hello. I'll look into it. There is one on a server that you're on. Okay, yeah, let me know. Hi. Hello, beautiful. You're so pretty. You're a pretty dog. Yeah. You're a good puppy. Yeah. Yeah. I know. She's the best. Okay, down. Yo, what up, Bailey? How's it going? Okay, let's go ahead and play your tune. It says Carlbot can do it. Where do I find Carlbot? FL Studio Drum and DJ.
Produced in FL Studio.
I really like that sound. Are there any repeating parts of this tune? Because it's 10 minutes long. Not that I don't want to listen to your tune, but it is 10 minutes long. It's going to be really hard to give feedback over like a whole 10 minutes. No, you don't. You just submit in the Discord. No, it's epic. Okay. If you remember, then you get to skip the line. Straight 10 minutes of pure creativity. It's like a Hail Mary of everything I've learned in the past year. Okay, I'm not on my phone. I am on my phone, but I'm writing notes on my phone. This reminds me a lot of Mindex. Well, it is long, but I still want to figure out where this is going, so if you guys are okay with it, I'm just gonna let it play.
It's as if the new emotions I will feel won't be worth my current spectrums, my spectrum of emotions, and my current routine. I think about making life changes, and
Okay, cool. You found it.
quitting old habits, moving to a new place, getting a new job, investing my time and effort. Where the outcome is uncertain and where the hardships are greater,
Okay.
where the challenges take more to take a lot out of you, and feeling capable to take.
I think for that really long transition that you had right there, like having some spatial effects of like really big ambience and delay and stuff would be really cool to add to like the psychedelic nature that you're trying to go for.
I don't like the eyes, the face, or the expression.
Will I be happy when I get
Because all this
there?
stuff right now is really dry, so
To where
really big ambience, really big psychedelic stuff, because obviously like you're signifying like a really big change right here, and then kind of
take a
bringing it
risk,
back.
take a leap, and you ask yourself, or before you do that, you may dream of it.
I really want that donk to be louder.
Is, and then I ask myself, is it worth it?
Test pilot, but not as techie.
Is it worth it?
Sensory primitive, and all.
This part's really trippy.
Sensory primitive.
I think that if you put a little bit more work into this part of like trying to
I don't think they consciously put that together.
trying to mesh this out smoothly, this part would be sick. It's just a little bit too disjointed as it is now because you only use silence as your transition.
What? Even
A little too busy. I don't find that it seems fine to me. I think it's just more of like the ideas aren't connected smoothly. But I do have a lot to say on the matter, so well, a decent amount to say on the matter.
Disquiet.
I do like know what you mean, or at least I think I know what you mean. It was a little too something though. It's a little too the ideas don't quite go together as well as what you're going for. I'm gonna let this finish and then we'll talk about it.
I get a feeling that I've taken
is really good.
FL is really good. Is that what he said? FL is really good. Oh. You know, it's crazy because the tune that I was making earlier was a fraction of the length of what this tune was, but it actually went by pretty quickly. Like I didn't feel like any parts of this necessarily slogged on. I feel like 10 minutes. Was this really 10 minutes? That's interesting. I never, like, there wasn't really any part of the tune that I was like, okay, I want this to end. It actually had a lot of movement and stuff and went through pretty well. So nice job on that. So the overall thing that I think that you want to take away from this is establishing a clear beginning, middle, and end of your tune, because right now there's a lot of chaos and a lot of abstractness from this piece. And as you go further into the tune, it continues to break up more and more, which I do think that all the parts can have a place within that. But a lot of times within your transitions, you just use silence to go into the next part.
Is it worth it?
So you need something right there. My advice to you would be to take something from each of these elements and introduce that of how it's going to change whenever you do that. And I know, I have a feeling that you might have like taken a page from Saruta or something, or even Elon Moore, of where this comes out, but you still need some kind of hint to allude to the next part. So something that you can try to experiment with is maybe doing like an A-B of like doing one switch up here, another switch up, and then going back to this switch up, and then on the D section you do a completely different thing. So that way there's a clear compare and contrast that's happening between that. But just having complete variation between all of these kind of makes us get lost and, like, you know, not really know what it is that we're doing within the tune, if that makes sense. So the last piece of advice that I have for you is really just working on your transitions, because stuff like that, you know, is okay, but it needs some kind of glue. It needs something there to kind of like help gel that in, if that makes sense. It needs some kind of hint about what's getting ready to happen, even if it is a surprise. You still need to let people know that something is going to happen. Aside from that, I don't really do mixed feedback, but I really like that that donk sound that you have in there. That I'm just a sucker for those kinds of sounds, and I want that to be louder. But yeah, man, this was really interesting. For you guys, go follow Straight. Actually, I didn't post it in the Discord, but I'm going to post that for him just on self-promo. So I'm going to put this track here if you guys want to listen to that, and you guys should definitely go follow him, because that was really interesting. It was very different. Okay, so who is next? Let me see here. Okay, just making sure that Bailey didn't post, because I think that we have 2 members in here. Okay, Radio, you are next, sir. It's a Faceplant preset, donk. Is it it's not the donk that I made, is it? That would be pretty fucking funny. Yeah, nice tune, man. Okay, Radio, you're next, bro. Let's just pull the Discord up. I really value the feedback, man. Gotta go deliver the flowers. Yeah, man, I appreciate the support on the channel. It helps make this stuff a lot easier to do consistently. So thank you as well. I'll catch you later. And for those of you guys, if you want to support the channel or you want to skip the line, then consider becoming a member. Not that you have to, because I'll still sit here and do all your tunes, but Well,
Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook.
yo, Sriracha. That's probably not your name, but that's just how it came out. Or Crotch, I don't know how to say your name. I'm really sorry. But thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. It was all done in Massive because I don't have Serum or Faceplate yet, but kind of new to sound design. I mean, hey, Massive is still usable. It's still great. Some really nice texture in here. So the big thing that I have to take away from this is really more so of the structure of the tune and the storytelling aspect of it, not so much like the individual elements that you have. It seems like you're wanting to... Did my computer just crash? Am I still online? What the hell was that? Am I still live? What the fuck? What the hell just happened? I hope I'm still live. It says I'm still live. Okay. That was odd. Alright, so... yeah. So, storytelling elements. What the fuck? Storytelling elements. So, within this, it seems like you wanted to have this contrast between it being a really chill tune and then having this really high energy thing. So, you do have a little bit of a riser right here that kind of alludes to that. But when you kind of switch and first introduce that from here, it's a little bit kind of jarring. And secondly, something that I would maybe try to experiment with is kind of letting that synth ring out a few times of like the first 8 bars of this, and then maybe pulling it back with the filter so that way you can kind of take somebody on the energy up and then slowly start to let them back down. And then you can bring it back up and slowly start to let them back down. Because the amount of information that you have right here, you have so much going on, and you have a hat right there that's kind of like playing somewhere in the stereo field that I think is actually countering the ARP that you have. And I like the ARP, but it's something's not sitting well with me in that sense. So one thing that you can do instead is, I don't think so. So one thing that you can do instead is, instead of actually, you can keep your ARP really wide if you want to, but you can turn the hat down a little bit, and then you can add a little bit of white noise to the top of this, or a chord that's the fundamental of your song at a really high octave, and that way that will actually give you that kind of like squash padding that will make this sound a lot more full, if that makes sense. I don't know what key this is, but something along that nature. And then when your first kick comes in right here, it's a little bit, it scared me a bit. Yeah, there's a click in there that's just not, it's a very like sharp click, and it's not like, oh my god, it's terrifying, but just enough to make me wince, if that makes sense. And so I would look at that and see what's happening right there. It could be with your reverb or sidechain or something, or like if you have samples that aren't in phase, then it will kind of click into itself. But yeah, I would really like to hear like this be open for a sec and then kind of mellow out with like a filtered version or something, or like it kind of goes from here and then to back down and to back up. And I don't know if that's if that's even making sense, but listening to the ARP for this long, I kind of want it to change over time, or I wanted to do something different, even though it's a main idea. But the other stuff in between is really nice. I like the live drums. And maybe when you're getting ready to introduce this here, I can tell that you have a riser that's coming up with it, but maybe you can do like a grain delay or some kind of like reverse reverb something thing that's kind of like in reverse, that's signaling that that this is getting ready to be introduced again, if that makes sense. And these are only creative suggestions. I'm not telling you what to do, okay? So by all means, this is a creative tune feedback, not a technical mix thing. There's too many genres to cover with mixing. But that's kind of what I would look for within this tune to kind of do that. You have some like really cool like elaboration on your song right here that I think that you can even introduce right here. Because for a while it's just kind of, it's just that. So you can create some kind of relationship between that synth that you have right there and then also some of the stuff that you have here with the piano, which is really nice. And then I think there was another instrument. Okay, it's just the piano, but that's really nice. You also have this like little motif somewhere within this. That melody, dun dun, whatever instrument that is, I would love to hear that in the intro as well, because right now I'm pretty like articulate with like identifying sounds and stuff, but I would love that to be a little bit more clear, because that gives like almost an Arctic feel. Arctic as in like winter, Antarctica, ice world type of deal within this, you know? And I think that for some reason, those kinds of sounds within your tune as well just kind of gives off that vibe in order to enhance that. So, but yeah, man, nice tune. Nice tune. Thanks for sending that in. I have Carl Bot pulled up because I'm going to try to download that later. Okay, so next up, we've got... It's my voice, like, drowned in reverb. It sounds good. It's pretty cool. So next up, we've got Avin. Yay! Avin, always love when you submit a tune. Just so we're clear, Bailey, you haven't submitted anything, have you? I don't see it, but I want to... Sometimes you guys have different names, so if you submit something, let me know, because you get to skip the line. I have a pad I've made with my voice and the whole song coming in and out like super resonant. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, for sure, man. Thanks for joining me and listening to my conjecture.
My Twitter's blowing up at Jackbox.
Breakcore?
Chicken strips
Hell yeah.
coming back. Those would be amazing right now. You got it. I'm bringing them back today.
Guys.
Get my spicy chicken strips combo back on the menu for only $4.99.
Guys. Avin has 7 followers. Can you guys go give him a follow for me, please? First of all, Avin is incredibly knowledgeable with music theory, and he's been part of my YouTube channel forever. And I think that I want to say that you most likely just made a SoundCloud, but please do me a favor, click on his link and go drop him a follow, because most likely he will follow you back. But he is a dear friend, a dear internet friend of mine, and I would love for you guys to show him some support. Por favor. Let's listen to his tune. I'm squatting in my chair, by the way. Chair squats. I would love you to do some spatial stuff with this while you introduce that, like with reverb or with panning or something as you start to slowly bring these drums in. Yo, what up, 8-Ball? That was nice. Avin uses Cubase. Dude, hell yeah, that was so cool. Welcome to the channel, New Horizons. It's like super old, one of the first, but it's so good for making break. Reason? This is definitely insane. But I have some cool ideas for this. Yeah, I do too. That's something I enjoy about this quite a bit. Alchem woke. Or sorry, Delta woke. No, not Reason. It's like Reduct or something. I'm not sure. Oh, renoise. Maybe. Renoise. Gotcha. That was a nice transition right there. This part is pretty fire. Avin, I see you, man. I know that you've been in the Glitch Cool community lurking. I can definitely tell. Whew. That was intense. All right, so I have like three big ideas for you that could be something to think about. I'm impressed with how long you guys can make a track. And I thought 180 BPM was fast. Nice tune. Okay, so one thing that I think would be really sick is right here for this transition. I think it would be cool to start to slowly introduce more glitches. Have a riser right there. Dun, 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 and then I would have just dropped it right back into this part. Dun, na, 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 I think that would have been sick. So the other thing that I have for you is to actually add in a C section, a third section, and after this part, I would have been, maybe it would be cool for you to focus in instead of having a really wide bass to actually focus in and play it on an off beat. So where it's a more consistent beat of just like bump to 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 dun dun bump to bump to bump dun dun and if you had that and whatever and then let it into that part, it would go from melodic chaos to heavy chaos to like a tape stop or something, switch down, and then have just like a really focused section of just like boom, 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 boom. And then at least let that play for like two to 4 bars or whatever, and then you can break it again or something. But I think like that would be the biggest piece of feedback that I have for you for those things. Something else, I think I don't know if you could hear me or not, but I would love to hear you play with spatial effects for the drums. Right here of just like either like reverb panning or grain delay. I don't know what Cubase has to offer or what is in your plugin arsenal, but some stuff would be kind of cool before you lead that in. And then like actually like just giving some of these other sections that you have just a place in the song to where they can stand out on their own. Excuse me. Like even if you just had like one part or like maybe some fills or something to where you stop the music and you have just like a cool drum fill or a cool glitch section or something, you know, I think that it will help break this up just a bit. I had a great time listening to it and it was a lot of fun, but the idea whenever you make a song like this to make it stay interesting throughout the whole way is to have those little fills and stuff, if that makes sense, right? So if you have those little breaks or whatever and you give someone a small break and then you pull them back in, then it's going to become more and more interesting as you keep listening to the tune, if that makes sense. So that would be what I have for this one. I know that it's not incredibly in-depth and stuff, but I mean, there's not a whole lot to say about it otherwise. Yeah, I would love to hear a section like that where it's just like a straight break of just boof, boof, to boof, 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 and just boom to boom to boom to boom boom, and then maybe you can play a counter melody with the keys that you have on top of that. Like that would be super sick. But again, that's just my bias kind of coming into that. Thanks for sharing that, Avin. That was a sick tune, man. That was very energizing and very fun. Tim, you're next. Then we have Drippy, then we have Bedini, then we have 8-Ball, then we have Trimatics, then we have New Horizons, and then we have Cloud, in case if you're wondering what the queue is.
In all of life there is a rhythm. But I know. Promises come between us.
Guys, Tim has 27 followers. Go show him some love. Tim, you are here, right? I probably should have asked beforehand. If Tim is in the building, I didn't mean... We'll start your tune over. I didn't think about that, sorry. Tim. Are you here?
Recording to logbook.
Yo, thank you so much for the sub. Alan Kissinan... Wow, how do I say that name? Alan Sinanayake. Thank you so much for following. Dude, you guys have the hardest... Some of these people have the hardest names. Hi, Tim. Let's go ahead and listen to your tune. Yeah, just doing roll call. Just because if somebody's not here, then I'll skip them. Because, well, what's the point of giving feedback to somebody that's not here? So I can watch the VOD. You guys don't have access to the VODs. And I don't save the feedback VODs.
In all of life there is a rhythm. But I know. promises come between us, and words get in the way.
I would love some kind of like delay or something with that.
Carry out this tune.
Or even if you layered this, no, not Tim's name, Alan Key's name.
Never mind. We never mind.
Nice build.
Awaken now.
Tim has 23 followers. Show him some love.
Why are we here?
That was the coolest instance of a Goa trance bass I think I've ever heard. Really nice job.
We never mind.
What? Bro, you totally just blue balled us. Totally just blue balled us. I'm gonna deduct points for that.
Awaken.
I mean, the main sections you've nailed. I at least have to give that to you. It's okay. This is a work in progress, and that was that. So, what a fucking tune, Tim. Nice job, man. So I have a few things for you. First off, you have this synth that is on your build. That one.
We never mind.
I think that should have a high pass filter as your low pass filter is coming in. And the reason why is because this is kind of jarring and it's taking away from the anticipation or the tension that you're trying to build within this build-up. It is proper as far as like the arrangement, but that sound just kind of playing while you're trying to let everything build up is a bit distracting from you trying to build that energy, if that makes sense. Because it's just there. So instead, I would either keep it within your low pass filter or do a high pass filter and cross them over whenever you're doing that. And then they can meet together in the middle. Yo, Soy.
Awaken now.
Dude, sick, man. So when you first start this off, you have this synth that's on top. I don't think that you should have that at first. I would throw that in the next part of your bar. Because that idea that you have with this bass line, with the Goa trance and that mid bass thing, this is the second feedback stream, is so strong that you can just get away with that. Maybe keep the white noise that's downshifter or whatever, but the bass rhythm is so strong that you don't need that top layer. I would just do that by itself is super strong. Like, that's a fucking banger. Okay, we gotta talk about this section right here. What's going on with this? What are you doing? What happened?
Never mind.
Okay, so I think I get what you're trying to do because you say never mind, but you still need some kind of spatial thing or whatever. And what I would consider is have the never mind have a bunch of delay on it and take longer to start to fade this in. And then whenever you start this part again, you have that na 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 na. I would do the same thing as this section right here that you do with here of what I suggested with just letting that play and then not playing that extra lick so much. I don't think that this section needs that until maybe later. Because it's almost kind of like the cycle is restarting, right? Or if you are going to do that, then maybe what I would do instead is with that lick that you have, put it out to the side somewhere to where it's kind of still in the background, but we're still letting this cut through. Because it's, if I'm just giving you my personal opinion, it's distracting towards the main part of the song. What I wanted to listen to was the bum, and then I have this na 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 thing that's just as loud as the rest of the tune, and it pulls me away from that rhythm, if that makes sense. And I want to focus more on this like just excellent thing that you put together in that sense. So. But yeah, can we give this section like another listen to one more time, just this main section? It's so powerful, man. Like you did such a good job on this part. Okay, so my last suggestion that I have for you is to either do a drum fill right there, but another suggestion that I have is to insert a Reese pitch bend, so like a or you know, some kind of tom fill or something, and then you get into this like B part section where it kind of like changes up the rhythm a little bit. But yeah, so I think that this can use some space in that manner, and then just like, you know, some other creative ways to introduce the next parts that you have for your arrangement. But yo, this is a tune, man. Please go follow Tim. Tim, please post this in self promo when this is done, because I want to listen to it again. That's yeah, good shit. Okay, next up we have Drippy Honey. I'm pretty sure you're here. You just posted. If you are still here, please say hen low. If you are present, say hen low. Okay, he just posted, so.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to read this record to you.
Hen low. Hen low. Is Balter a beer? No idea. Was that Smash Brothers? It sounded like Falco. Oh, it's Ganondorf. It's Ganondorf.
I'm going to read this recipe.
It's got to be Ganondorf. Yes, it's Ganondorf.
I'm going to read this recipe to you.
It's really hard for a video game sample to get by me.
I'm going to read this recipe to you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
I can't stand purple Lamborghini basses anymore. I don't even know what purple Lamborghini bass is. Found a Super Smash pack on Reddit one day. Sweet. Okay, so so we need to find a way to help bridge these two parts together. The switch up is good, but I don't think that there's enough like foreshadowing to get into this part. And so maybe what you can do, one suggestion that I have is over your chord progression, you can start to add like a flutter to your chords that start to make it sound like it's more psychedelic. And that will slowly start to detune your chords. And then I can hear that you have that sound that's starting to come in, but it's so like, I couldn't tell what that was at the beginning of the tune, and I actually didn't even notice that it was this bass synth until just now. And that could have just been me, and I could be fatigued because I've been working on tunes for like 4.5 hours. But if you give it a little bit more space and a little bit more clear of a hint, then that might be a little bit easier for you to kind of link those two. No pun intended. So one thing that I think is going to be really fun to play with, flutter like isotope vinyl or something of the sort. Like, check this out, chord. Okay, something. All right, that'll do. Right, so you throw on a flutter, and you can do automation of it over time, but like something like that, and that will kind of make it start to like kind of just drift off. And you don't have to use a flutter effect; you can just do pitch bending. But yeah, RC20 can do it and all that. But I think that would be an excellent thing to kind of introduce as we're kind of descending into this like dark, deep kind of like bass filled thing. So within all this stuff, like you have these polyrhythms within your bass lines that I think that I would consider switching up the drums to, or giving them their own space as opposed to just the kick snare thing. And I know that this says 2.0, so it doesn't sound like you've done a lot with the drums as far as like, I think I have an in on how you sketch beats. But like taking moments to stop on those instances, like right there. Dun dun, and like stopping the beat, or having maybe like a vox or something like, yeah, dun dun, and so like you just have so many opportunities. Like there's a ton of them in here that I heard that you can do those kind of fills or like switch ups to, just because like this whole tune is a switch up. Like even right there, like you can have like an impact of like dun 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 dun. So you have a lot of opportunity for spaces and stuff like that. One thing that I've noticed that you did, that I do in a lot of my tunes as well, is I'm gonna have to pull up one of my tunes to show you, but something that I think that would also benefit from that kind of voicing that I have an idea for, and maybe that's why I'm making that parallel connection, is because I kind of think of music sometimes in that way too, is if depending on what DAW you're in, if you know how to do sends, or you have return channels or buses, auxes, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Don't worry so much about this tune in particular, but if you have a return channel and you send everything to it and automate it, if you made a same pack with like 20 yeahs, I'd totally buy it. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, cheer, haha. Hey, no, I'm kidding. But if you just listen to the reverb swells on here, then this is something that you can use to give the rest of your tune more drama. And what you do is you just take everything and high pass it. But if you take that kind of ideology right here and you kind of use some of that stuff as like those reverb fills right here, and you did one big one right here, I think that would be like those little fills and stuff that you have, like they're just begging for you to break this beat. Please, for me, break the beat. Bro, break the beat. And you don't have to, you know, you can keep it consistent, you know, because I get it. It makes everything kind of like just kind of push forward in that sense. But like you have so many rhythms to play with, and I just hear so many things that you can do with that that would make it more interesting. Like right there, you can do that reverb swell and then just do like an impact of boom, dum, boom, bum, 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 boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I know a lot of dancer friends that like to do like crumping and stuff that would love that kind of shit. I'll definitely look at it. Well, you don't have to, you know, because I want you to do what your vision for the tune is. But these are some things that I hear of just like all of these little moments that you have are opportunities for me or for you, or I guess just opportunities that I see that can be taken advantage of to really create a pocket and keep somebody in the pocket, right? Because if you have this idea that's like, right, think of like 5 different subs that are around you and they're just doing this to your head, you know, in a rhythmic fashion. That's kind of what you want people to do on the dance floor, right? I don't make tunes for dance, so I can't really relate to that, but I definitely listen to music that's made for dance, so that's kind of what I would want speakers to do to me. And you have half of it here. There's half of it with this like push-pull thing that you're creating, but it's being subdued because your beat is too consistent, so... You can still have a straight beat, but when you break it, just have the rhythm, like play everything on beat, but when you do those moments, then you add your percussion to fit the swing. So you have on time, and then on those moments you do swung, and then you go back to on time, and then you do swung. So it's like, if I have a rhythm, okay, hopefully you guys can hear this, but it's like, hold on, I don't want to bang my computer. But it's like, it's a straight rhythm, right? So it's like... boom 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 boom. So that way you still have this rhythm, but you have moments to break it in that swingy fashion. And then like normally I guess it would be kind of backwards because you already set the rhythm up with your synths, you just place the drums under that. And you have like your hits with those, you know, with those rhythmic elements. But for the rest of the tune, you can just have a consistent beat. So that way you get the best of both worlds. But that would be my advice for this tune. And then maybe having like some I think that it's so dry that it could just use some space in the transitions and stuff. But other than that, man, this is really fun to listen to. Thanks for sending that in. Budini, you're here. You are next. Then we have 8-Ball. Then we have Trimatics. Then we've got New Horizons. Then we have New Horizons. I don't know if this is the same tune or not. Sorry, last track was sent was not a whip. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Someone abandoned whip. Don't know how to evolve it into the B section. All right. An idea I've had sitting around for a while. Would just like to hear your thoughts. I'm also garbage at fills and tend to get lazy towards getting a song finished. That's fine. Thank you, dude. Yeah, for sure, man. My advice to you, don't be lazy. My first Sifu for Wing Chun Kung Fu, that was his mantra. I'd be like sitting in a horse stance for an hour and he'd be like, Ian, don't be lazy. And I'm like, If I don't like straight drums, I'm gonna hate this. I like straight drums. I just like drums. I don't think it's your drums that need work. It's your guitar. This is an E flat minor. Perfect pitch or relative pitch? No, it says E flat minor. I do have relative pitch, but yeah. So the reason why, for one, you inspired me to play stuff over this, but a couple ideas. For one, it would be cool if in part of this section, if you filter everything out and you have a main lead over that or a main melody. So like, let's listen to this part again. I'm going to turn this down a little bit though, so you can hear the guitar a little bit better. Feel free to steal this melody. I don't care, but. Something like that would be kind of nice. Something like that, you know? Something like that I think would be really cool if you just kind of had like that and a little bit of a section right there. And I hope that you guys don't get offended when I try to play over your songs. If anything, it's because I like what you're playing, and then I like have an idea or I feel like jamming out to it. So I'm not very good at guitar, but I like to think of melodies and stuff sometimes when you guys send me your stuff in. So yeah, so the big thing I don't think is your drums. I think that it's actually the way that you mixed your guitar, because everything except for that guitar thing is sidechained, and then you have this that's overshadowing the snare. So what I would suggest is maybe even trying just an LFO of once it, like, you can let it play once it's here, But then when you get to that switch up, I would add an LFO of automation to where it's like booming in, 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 boom. Because that will help give that some focus. And what you can do is instead of having the snare over this part, you can just have the kick and then sidechain it all to the kick. So you can just do boom, 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 instead of boom, cap, boom, cap, boom, cap, boom, cap. And that's just an idea. But I don't feel like it's like repetitive by all means. Like it's okay, maybe it's repetitive, but it doesn't come off as repetitive. It's very catchy in a lot of ways, but you have a lot of places or a lot of different variations of things that you can do with it to keep that interesting, if that makes sense. If you wanted to turn this into like a more upbeat thing, then you can replace your drums, but that would change the vibe of your tune. And for me, it seems like, in my opinion, it seems like you're trying to keep this like as acoustic as you can. Just because of the nature of the instrumentation that you have. So I would aim at, just finding different creative mixes to do that in order to let everything shine through. You can also use a mid-side EQ. It does seem like you push this out to the side. Either that or it's just really wide and it's like overtaking everything, which you can still do as well. You can still make that work. But you can use a mid-side EQ, and that way it'll leave space for the drums to sit in the middle. But I think that it's vibey, man. I think that there's a lot of potential within this. Don't give up on this tune. I hope that you finish it. Nice work, Maine. Did some good stuff. 8-Ball, are you still here? Hopefully, I hope that you guys can I hope the pace that we're doing this in is relatively is fast enough for you all. But yeah. Calling 8-Ball. And MJG, send in your trap song. ASAP. Calling 8-Ball. Anytime, man. This is a release track, but I would still love to hear your feedback. Sorry, man. I don't read the description. I don't do finished tunes. This time, you can't get away with it because I put it in the description. Okay. Hi, 8-Ball. Okay. Let's go ahead and listen. Wait. Wait, 8-Ball, is this somebody different? Is this the same person? Mr. 8-Ball, are you 8-Ball 99 or are you Killix? Who is this? Who are you? Who are you people? Yo, so you are next in the queue. If you have something that you haven't finished, I will let you play that. But work in progress is only, please. Meanwhile, we're gonna just jam out to a couple seconds of guitar so I can give you a chance to get a different link. But no finished tunes. 8-Ball and Killix. Okay, so you are the same person. Do you have a work in progress? I still want to hear your tunes. Okay. Yeah, because I'm not just going to leave you high and dry, but I did post in the description, WIPs only, please. It's all good, man. I mean, that's the best thing I can do is to try to be fair and be like, hey, you're next in line. I'm not just gonna skip you. Because that would be a drag, man. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Okay, this is 8-Ball, Killix with Take Me Down. Wait, did you just debate me? Is this tune also finished? It's okay, I want to listen to something anyway. It sends me a different finished tune. What kind of person you take me from? This is nice though.
Down.
28 followers, 29 now. We'll give him a follow.
Can you take me down?
It's in years, but it took it seriously, but took it serious 5 years ago? Hell yeah. You have sub in that? That's only hitting the left ear. Dope, man. That was cool. I secretly debated you because I didn't want to listen to trap. No, I'm kidding. It's because your tune was already done. Okay, so the big thing with this, I'm going to let that play out and hopefully get over ads so that way for the next person in the queue we don't have to listen to an ad. But so one thing that I would like to hear actually within this tune is I'd like the drums, the percussion to come up a little bit more. And then one thing that I would kind of be mindful of is like you have this as half step, but you're treating this like a halftime trance tune. And the reason why I say that is because your kick hits every minute or like every beat and then has like this little baby snare. And I think that you need like a bigger snare for this kind of tune that's going to help cut through and punch through the mix, because right now it's just kind of like so I think that the snare needs like take out the kick and layer that with like a full-blown snare or like a Prada snare or something of just like you have this moment in here on this part too where I would like this to actually just have like some kind of chill section to where the super saws aren't playing as prominent, and you are able to kind of bring everything else up and focus on the rhythm a little bit more. And I get the point of the tune, because it's supposed to be kind of like it, to me it feels like a Seventh Lions type thing, you know, of like that being like that super saw thing being super in your face. But just as far as like having variation goes within it, I think that that could be a cool idea of where you kind of bring the super saws down and then you focus on the bass and the drums of this part and almost kind of have like a little bit of a garage moment for this. And I don't know where you would place that. It would most likely be somewhere right here, I think, would be the best place to put that. But again, that's just a creative suggestion. So something else I think would be kind of cool is on the Take Me Down, I think that you can actually have a lot more reverb on that. And I know that on some places you have a reverse reverb, but it's really quiet. And so you can bring that up more. And then what you can do is you can play with filtering and volume automation with your reverb and just kind of litter those sounds out to where the Take Me Down is kind of coming in that sounds kind of like ghostly and stuff, if that makes sense. And if that doesn't work out, then you can record yourself whispering like and that can just be some really nice texture to make this kind of feel to dramatize this in the way that I think that for the feel that you're going for a little bit more. Yeah, I really want to hear those drums more though. I really want those to come up, and I would love a section that's just like just the bass and those rhythms and stuff. And what you can even do as well is like maybe halfway in the section or whatever, you can just low pass the super saws and then slowly start to introduce them with the filter over time. And then I don't know what this is right here, but this is kind of odd. I think that your riser cut before the kick. So make sure that's lined up, because I do that sometimes too. But yeah, other than that, there's some good stuff in here. I really like that sound that you have, but there's sub that's coming through on one ear. So make sure that your low end is in mono for that particular sound. It might be super low mids, but it seems like there's some sub frequencies in there. Just be mindful of it, okay? But yeah, man, that was really cool. Thank you for being patient. I still, like I said, I wanted to hear what you had, but I don't do feedback on finished tunes because your tune is finished. There's no reason for me to do feedback on finished tunes. Trimatics, you've been with me a long time, man. Are you still here? Hey, Alchemy, you said 10 years before. I'm not sure how long you've been producing. No, I started in 2013, so about 6 years. I'm coming on 7. Yeah, coming on 7 years. In 2013, I was at a tricking competition and I shattered my ankle and I couldn't walk for like 6 months. And so I bought a machine and tried to make Flying Lotus beats. And then from there on, here we are doing feedback streams. I still trick. And I went on to go do cool stuff like Cirque du Soleil and all that. But for some reason, here I am again, injured. So I'm making a lot more music. Dope. Hello, Jasper, Trimatics. Let's go ahead and have a listen to this. It says, wait, can I narrate this? I would have liked to do that. I can't. So I'm going to give you a cool voice, okay? Some ambient chill step in case you feel like something different. That's even crazier, I guess. Yeah, it'll be 7 years. Oh no, we hit the 7-year mark because I started in August. Yeah, so 7 years. Ooh, man. Damn. This is Milky. I am following you. Guys, go give him some love. Ironic, I'm British. I love the accent. Ah, shit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm a bad person. It comes from the sake of being an actor, okay? Sorry. This is super nice. Hello, Algan. You made it. Welcome. Man, that made me smile, dude. That was so nice. Wow. Hello, Clear Cash. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. That was really pretty. Maybe a little. That was so nice, dude. Not gonna cry. Not on webcam. Wow. That was super nice. I make it longer. That's my feedback. Make it longer. No, I do have one trick to show you and all of you guys if there's something that you want to do. Jeff says, I got into it when I was about 8 or 9, about 15 years ago, and I still can't articulate criticism or information as well as you and some other people with way less experience. Okay, so production and teaching are two different skill sets. I've been teaching something for about 15 years. Not quite 15 years, but since I was 16, I'm 28, going on 29 now. And I've been teaching, I taught gymnastics, I taught tumbling, I taught tumbling in the cheer world. I've been teaching martial arts for over 10 years. I've been teaching tricking for over 10 years. I taught dance. I've been teaching music for the past 2-3 years. So teaching is a completely different skill set. And once you understand the idea of teaching, and like for me, my philosophy on teaching is instead of trying to get you to speak my language, I try to figure out your language and bring you and teach you a fluency within mine. That's the goal anyways, but that's where that comes from. Yeah, okay. So in any case, yeah, I do have one small trick for you. And I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but one thing that I would really like to hear or see that, or something that you can play with, is using something called Ambio. And what that is a 3D panner. And so let me just find some kind of pad on here. Sure. Glad you're here, Jacob. So Ambio is something that Frequent turned me on to, but it's free. And if you guys have a 3D panner of your own, then you can use it. But basically what this is this will allow you to place things on a 3D space. So you have up and down, and then you have left, right, front, and back. So basically just let's listen to this for a second while I move this around. If you're in stereo headphones, then you'll be able to tell. If not, you will have no idea. But for those of us who are in headphones or listening on a speaker system, you'll just listen. So basically with this, or with Ambient Orbit, you can basically create more sense of depth and space out of your ambient stuff. And that's free from Sennheiser.com. I don't know why I did that. I'm not sponsored by them. I just have their headphones. But yeah, that's really like the only piece of feedback that I have for you is to just try that and try to throw something in there and see if you can do that. But everything else, I'm sorry, dude. I don't. It was too good. It was so nice. And there's other 3D panners. That's just a free one that you can use. Yeah. Okay. So that was Trimatics. Guys, please go give him a follow. Please. That was really beautiful. That was really beautiful. Okay, so I saw that you posted 2 Horizons link. Is this the correct one? Is there a Horizons here? Your next captain. And then we have Cloud, and then we have Mia. I'm just gonna say that name, and then we have Cash, which I think Clear Cash is there at the queue. And if you guys want to skip the line, consider the memberships. If you want to support the channel, consider the memberships. If you want to buy my samples, alchemy.com. If you want free samples, alchemy.com. If you want private lessons, I offer those too. Yeah, sorry, shameless plug. Yeah, shameless plug. Sorry. I apologize. We are waiting for New Horizons. Are you here? Are you here, Captain? New Horizons. Are you here? I don't know what voice that is, but yeah, for sure, man. That was really tasteful and very classy. I'm really nice. I'm not nice. I just don't want to look like an asshole on stream. That's all it is. That's not true, but hey, I like to joke. I like to play a lot. Horizons, tell me you're here. I want to listen to your tune. Your tuna has been summoned. I am letting down my hook for your tuna to bite. So that way we can... Okay, I'm just going to let that one go. Tuna. Okay, I'm going to move on. But if he comes back, then I'll play his next. Oh, there he is. Ooh. Ooh, okay. All right, that was close. Okay. You're next. Oh, hold on, guys. I don't know if you can hear that, but Silent Hill is getting ready to change my world right now. No, every Saturday at 12, the sirens go off for about 5 minutes. So let me see how loud this gets. Okay, it's not too bad. So yeah, let's go ahead and listen to Hullabaloo Chaos Ultimate Beat Contest. Is this done? Is my submission? I want it to be the most creative in these loops. Is this done? Is this done? Sir, I need you to send me something that's a work in progress, not a finished tune. If this is your submission, then I need you to send me something that you have not finished yet. Because those are the rules. Those are the rules as displayed in the description of the page. right there. Yeah. Right there. Whips only. Whips only. So, yeah, if you want to send me a whip, then you're more than welcome to. But I've been firm with people that have submitted a finished tune earlier today, so I have to still uphold that sense of integrity. So yeah, if you want, send me a work in progress. I'm gonna move to the next person, or if you have one that's already ready to go, then you can send it. But yeah, the chat's gone quiet. Nobody's talking, so I don't know if I'm talking to myself anymore or not. Cool whip. Cool whip. Yeah. Horizons. I am going to play Cloud's tune. Unless if you send me something within 30 seconds. But if you submit something, then I'll let you skip the line, okay? But that's just because I want to keep moving. This is whip bass heavy idea, not sure what to do with it. Wop. Wop. Oh, there it is. Sorrow knockoff. I don't really feel like it's a Sorrow knockoff. So hold on, I just had an idea. So in case if you don't have something to send, Horizons, and you're still here, I'm gonna throw this in Tune feedback because it is done. So I will take a look at this later and review this for the stream. But for the stream in particular, I don't do finished tunes. Okay. Yeah, that was really cool. I think that like on one ends you need to make it louder, and then maybe you can push up your mids on this a little bit more. I'm all about those 140 vibes. Yeah. Whittler's tune feedback stream would really enjoy this too. So take a look at this right now. So this is your crest factor, and this is basically like the relationship between your peaks and your RMS. And the way that I like to think about it is the centipede is this stuff right here, the thick orange, and the legs, or the things sticking out, are the centipede's legs. And so basically the only thing that I have for you is really just bring up your bass more. Hello. Or maybe add some kind of mid-range to this, to your wub. Because I can feel it, but I can't really hear it that well. So and aside from that, like some things that you might want to consider too is like right now this is really cool, and I think that it's off to a great start, but maybe thinking about some kind of theme that you want to create around this. So you can take like a piece of percussion, or you can take like a pad, something of the sort, and add that overarching that's just kind of like giving it an identity, if that makes sense. So like you can literally take like let me grab something like this. Something like that would be totally fine, and you can throw this in reverb and also maybe add a delay to it. Oh, maybe not a delay for, maybe like a I think I wanted to pull up the kilohertz one. Delay. And just duck this, so that way when the sound starts to come out, you can kind of play it in that way. And let me link this to 135. Was looking for a good pad, but nothing seemed to fit. Dude, just go to like freesound.org and just find like some Foley, or go to musicradar.com and download their Foley pack. You can also go to Cymatics. We just saw a Cymatics advertisement just now, I think. Okay, let's turn the feedback up. Right? So within your tune, when playing this, Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was still at 85. I didn't change the BPM. But you get what I'm saying, right?
DFCU has great rates on car and truck loans, new, used, or even if you're refinancing.
Oh my
It's easy to
gosh.
check out our rates.
Financing. So basically, just having something like that, I think that you can easily kind of allow that in to kind of have an idea. And then, like, once you have this section fills up, then you can add in more, you can elaborate on the percussion. But literally right now, you have some drums and just a sub. So you got to, like, give yourself a little bit more to introduce. And if this is all you're going to have, which is totally fine, then consider, like, really just trying to elaborate on making a super complex rhythm. And that will kind of help lead you somewhere to where you want to go, if that makes sense. I'm loving that though, man. It's off to a sick start, but it was difficult to bring something tonal on here. Oh my God, car loans! I'm getting one now. Car loans. Fuck, yeah. But yeah, man, it's kind of hard because you don't have a whole lot to go off of other than that. But like the biggest, dumbest piece of advice I can give you is add something to it. Yeah. Okay, so next up we have Mia. New Horizons, you're still on deck, man. Like, so I'm still happy to listen to something that you have if you have a work in progress. With those deep OG vibes, you don't really need a whole lot of tonal stuff. It should be more about atmospheric perks and vibes. I totally agree. Or you can have like a skank if you want to create something that's kind of like, you know, like classic dubstep, like dun 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 dun, you know, or something like that on the off rhythm or on the offbeat. You can do that as well. So it just depends on like what you're trying to get out of it, you know. Yeah, Mia, you're next. Are you here? Somewhat abandoned WAP. I don't know how to evolve it into a B section. You know what they say. Beauty is in the eye of the B section holder. Yeah, spacey reggae skank. Mia, are you here? Oh, hi, Soy. You're next, dude. Yeah. This is happy, but it's glitch. Nice. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it's not me. It's YouTube. It's YouTube. I'm really sorry. It is not me though. If we do a speed test, like my internet is blazing fast. speedtest.net. This is my download speed. This is my upload speed. Pretty sure it's not me, guys. It's not me. Okay? It's not me. So I'm really sorry about that, but I don't know. It's not me. It's not me, I swear. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why there's such a huge lag thing. It could be OBS Streamlabs. It could be YouTube, but yeah, yes. Do it. Yeah. Does my voice sound like I'm from somewhere else? Does my voice sound like I'm from somewhere else? Yeah, I'm in the US, dude. Those speeds are unheard of where I live. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I wasn't trying to brag about my speed. That wasn't the point. I was just saying, like, I have really consistent speeds, and it's not me. But I am sorry for the inconvenience. By all means, I'll look into trying to fix it. But I don't know what to do. I'm an expert on sound, not on internet technology. Where in the US do I get a one-to-one connection? There's a lot of places right now that give you a one-to-one connection. Like California is really big. Some places in the Midwest are really big on a one-to-one connection. You know, if you live in the boonies or something, like your internet connection might be the speed of a raccoon that's really hungry on a Saturday night. But, you know, for the most part, like, just don't get Cox cable. As long as you stay away from Cox, then you should be okay. But yeah, man, so this tune was really cool. So like one thing that I think that you should experiment with is whenever you do your glitches and you do your breaks, you still have something playing over the top elements, and it kind of takes away from some of the glitchiness that I would like to hear be a little bit more clear. And like, you don't have to break the entire thing, but it would be really cool if like you have like cool actual like cut glitches of something of like da bump da bump da bump, and then the rest of the melody and stuff kind of play or continues to play together, if that makes sense. Like even with some of the breaks and stuff that you have on here, like those are excellent opportunities for you to cut everything that's on top of the audio or chop those things together. Hell, if you really wanted to, you can take the master and just completely cut it. Completely cut that as well, which would be kind of sick. Bent. That sound effect that you have right there is amazing. That's freaking awesome. I'm happy to get 2-to-1. Most friends, both EU and US, get a 10-to-1 at best. Honestly, man, I don't even know what those ratios mean. Oh, you mean like your upload speed is the same as your download speed? Gotcha. Okay, now I think that's what you meant. Yeah, for the most part, most internet service providers are like I'd say like a 5-to-1, but AT&T is a 1-to-1 apparently. So, but yeah, there's the other thing. I have one more idea for this that I think would be really cool. I do like this melody, even as crazy as it is. So for the second part, when you repeat this melody, I would see about maybe changing the octave or maybe even changing the bell sound and making it really short. Oh, really? For the most part out here in the US, it's your download speed is much quicker than your upload speed. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, usually your upload speed is abysmal, and your download speeds are really fast. But that's because people, I guess, like, you know, I don't know. That's not true. I don't want to say something that's going to make me sound like an idiot. But that was always my perception of it. But yeah, but changing like the bell sound at like a different octave and maybe making the tail end of that really short, I think that would be really cool to just kind of do like a weird contrast thing with this. But other than that, man, like I actually like this a lot. This is really cool. You guys go follow Mia. That's a really cool and interesting tune that we just heard. Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, cool. Cool. Hey Style, how are you? Next up, we played 8-Ball's tune. It is download to upload. Right, the download speed is usually quicker. We have Algan, or we have Clear Cash. Are you still here, Cash? And then we have Jacob's tune. Jacob, are you here? The drop and such is more or less there, maybe a few elements missing at the moment, but made me looking for feedback in the intro as I need more elements to add. I read that out of order because I have to get through Algan's tune first, but I think that I'm also mispronouncing your name. I'm sorry. I only speak English, and my English itself is pretty lackluster, so I'm really sorry if I mispronounce your name. Oh, you're Jacob. Hi, Jacob. You're next, dude. Great advice. Thanks. Wrote it down. Yeah, for sure, man. Okay, this person's a little bit more popular, but I still like to show support to anybody that's here. So if you can, go give them a follow. Oh, that's terrible, dude. 3 hours later. Not for this tune, for Jeff's comment. Ooh, that's nice. Look at that smile. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Kisses? Kisses? No kisses? Alright. You stink. You're a smelly dog. Ugh. My dogs are great. I have 3. One of them's asleep. Cash, I think that this kick is a little bit too sharp for this kind of tune. The top end of that can definitely use a low pass filter. So as this tune plays, because we're kind of in our transition period, is this meant, like, what genre is this meant to be in? Because I think that I have a couple ideas, but it depends on what you want to do with this tune. And also, what key is this tune? Because I'm going to pull something up and I would like to know the melody with this. And also the BPM. So key and BPM. Tell me what that is. Okay, I figured it out. I figured out what you want to do with this tune. All right, so I don't think that the tune needs to be as long as it is. For one, so you can probably make both your intro and your bridge probably half as long and still transition and still have the same dramatic effect that you're looking for. But if you're going to keep it that length, then I would add a lot of instrumentation and different textures and stuff in order to kind of have a sense of dreaminess and a sense of swelling of like just, oh, we're here and there's this kind of ethereal feel. Regarding your main section, I think that it can do with two things. A booga booga bass, which is a roller bass, and then also a roller, like a roller arpeggiator. And both of those, you can have those be the same instrument or you can play them like different if you want to. But I think that if you added those two elements, this would make this track like way more like energetic in the way that I feel like you have it intended to be. And then of course we already talked about the kick, so I would roll off the top end of the kick. But what key and what BPM is this? And while you do that, I'm gonna guess that it's somewhere around like 130, just as a hot guess. But you record my feedback because it's dinner time? You're not even gonna be here for my feedback? How dare you? Okay, but what is your... I mean, that was the gist of... I already gave you the gist of the feedback, but just as a means of contextualization. Let's pull up Silent 1. because we can probably actually just find something that we're looking for. I never use this anymore. I don't know what this is. No, I don't care. Reminds me a bit of something like Beer and Jar. Okay, so this is a little bit too swung. Yeah, you can achieve like what you're looking for in half of the time. But yeah, so if you have something like this where it just kind of like goes boom ba doom ba doom ba doom boom ba doom ba doom ba doom, and then you have something kind of like a dotted rhythm on this. That's really fast. That's not doing what I want it to do. But something that's like boom dinka 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 boom 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 dinka. Yeah, I think the main sections are fine for that. But having some kind of arpeggio, I think that's going to take me a little bit more time to demonstrate than the time that I'm willing to put in to figure out how to make that work. But that's actually something like that over your tune, I feel would be pretty nice. And then the same thing for a bass, and you can literally just do a booka 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 and I think if you do that, like it's gonna give this tune so much more motion. But that's pretty much all I have is like either add more instrumentation, cut the time between your intro and your bridge, add an arp bass and an arpeggiator over that, add maybe like a percussive shuffle, so like and then maybe like a more clear and concise like offbeat hat would be kind of cool. Yeah, so add one because it's just a kick. Trance is like really not my forte. I do love trance. I love the heck out of trance, but it's not stuff that I am really good at designing. Unless if I sit down and like take hours and hours to do it. I'm sure I can figure it out because the sound design for it is pretty simple, but as far as like making it sound big and the way that like you would want it to in a track like that, it's freaking hard. And trance is one of the hardest tunes or one of the hardest genres to mix anyways. If you can do trance or you can do drum and bass or you can do both, you're a boss. I'm not one of those people. But yeah, man, nice tune. Jacob, Fuibi, it is your time. Let's read this again. It says, the drop and such is more or less there, maybe with a few elements missing at the moment. But mainly, looking for feedback in the intro, I need more elements to add. Let's go! A reverb hit right there, or some kind of swell that kind of introduces the high information of the hats would be good. Swell leading into that. Okay, right there, I think like having like a dope would be super sick. One, dope. Bow wow. Bow wow. Dope. drums are on point. That little mid bass, like creeping mid thing, is a little quiet though. Actually, all of your basses in general, in comparison to your drums, are way too quiet. I'm into psytrance and techno, but I dig this one. Yeah, this is a nice minimal roller tune. I would like, and maybe like, again, just turn your sub up, dude. Because like literally you can get away with doing quite a bit on your sub and your drums. Yes, that's it. That is it. Is this the last track? Drums, A+. Drums were sick, dude. Everything else I feel was way too quiet. So one thing that you can play with, because this is kind of a roller tune, is actually to, of course, turn your sub up, but play with the rhythm of your sub. I think that would be kind of cool to have like that droning thing match the sub with it. So the don't boom 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 bow wow. The boom 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 boom. But you can play with rhythms of your sub in order to create a call and response. But I mean, like really, like I said, just turn your sub up, and like the drums on this are so they're done. Like don't touch your drum, don't touch your drums. Don't do anything to your drums. Mix around that. And to add some other elements to that. I think that's really all you need. I know that's what you said, but just as far as that, that's something that you can use to kind of like flesh that idea out, to bring more energy to that. Your transitions and stuff obviously need some ambience and some sweeps, but to be honest, like for the rest of the track too, like I wouldn't be afraid to continue to add other things, you know, like just something that is atonal, but something that could be like a scrape or a sting, or something that is like percussive, that's like industrial of some means or another. I actually do have some submodulation automation, but it was weird before, so I turned it down. I think I need to add more. Like, no, you don't even have to add modulation to your sub. Like, you can literally just like F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F. I'm as in like playing the key of F, because that's what we all do, right? Is we push F to win. But you can literally play it in that way. So, you know, it doesn't like, yeah, and it doesn't need much. This is a minimal tune, at least as far as how I understand it. And I need to update my logo. But but yeah, that would be what I would look for within this particular tune, if that makes sense. Because like I said, man, the drums are just you got those right. That's one thing in this tune that is just fucking solid. And that's honestly, in my opinion, that's the hardest thing to get right with drum and bass, is the drums and the bass. But just add some ambience. It's definitely a minimal one, but it's a roller and it sounds good, you know. So just add a little bit more clear sub. You can maybe even try adding a bit of saturation to it to make it a little bit more audible on small speakers / headphones. These don't have the sub on these are almost completely flat. Actually, HD 600s by design are not completely flat, but one of the flattest headphones that you can get, and so that's kind of just one of those things that come with the territory. But even still, compared to the rest of your mix, I feel like your sub just isn't loud enough. The basses are there too. I think that they're just too quiet, so they don't hit as hard with the drums. Well, you have those other elements too, right? Like this little like droning thing, like that thing, still super quiet compared to the rest of your mix. And then you have those like cool little like glitch things or whatever too. But again, it's still okay. So here's a great example. So so this right here is your crest factor, and I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm just gonna say it in case if somebody else doesn't. But I mentioned it before. But right now, this is all of your music information, right? And these are the transients of your drums. And so what that basically means is you've got all this headroom to play with in order to you can either clip your drums or you can try to bring everything else up to match your drums. It's okay to have a little bit of these legs sticking out because it's a lot easier to cut the transients of your drums off. But at the same time, like, it's just, yeah, you went like, you took minimal like way the fuck as far as it can go, which is fine, but turn it up a little bit. Like, and even for some of those reverb things like that, like you can stop the sub right there, keep that mid high end in reverb, and then use the sub of that to actually create a hit. Depending on where you got the source from, but you can still have that be like a boom. Oh, it's okay. And like, really though, like, this isn't even like a mix thing that I'm trying to give to you. It's more so like, it's kind of situational because this is such a minimal tune. Because this is such a minimal tune, there's not a whole lot to talk about, right? There's not a whole lot of creative things or a lot of input to try to put inside of this tune because it doesn't really need a whole lot else. Like, you don't really need a lot of other layers and shit other than just like some ambient sound effects or atmosphere or make a motion. I think that would be a good one to kind of pull over. Or you can like take a sample and then like twist it and all that stuff and have them talk about undecentum, or talk about weapons, you know, I don't know, like some kind of movie or something, but like, he's the perfect weapon. And then there you go. You know what I mean? Like you have different things. Oh, sorry, this is your name, and this is the name of the tune. So the tune is called Weapons. So find stuff that sounds like weapons, or find people talking about weapons, and just, kind of play some of those things over. And it doesn't have to be, like stolen samples or copyrighted stuff, but I would try to think along that nature of that. Like maybe right now, for this particular tune, you're creating a roller, and so maybe the roller is the machine, or the song is the machine, and it's creating this weapon, and like the basses and stuff that come in are the weapon, like becoming alive, right? That's kind of how I think of tunes. Because I'm less so about like harmony and more so about storytelling. But that would be what I would look at for different things of trying to develop the complete idea, if that makes sense. But yeah, regarding the whole mixing topic, I mean, like, it's the mixing advice that I have is more so of a creative endeavor at this point, because it's more so just about how to make that sound like it's more of like a, Yeah, for sure. My releases at the moment have super dark horror vibes to them. Yeah, I feel you. Like I'm right up that same alley. That's really what I'm trying to do with my music too. If you haven't heard, and you know that could be something that you really try to flesh out with all that stuff. And like I said, like it's a great jump off point, and there, you've got so much stuff right that it's a good problem to have. To be like everything else sounds good, now just add stuff to it. Then you either have too much going on, or everything within this doesn't sound good. The mix is fine. Um, the mix is fine. Like it's not a bad thing to say, hey, turn the bass up. Like that's always a good thing, in my opinion. Dude, turn the bass up. Fuck it, okay. You asked for it. That would be my attitude towards that. But other than that, man, that's kind of all I have for this. Let me check the queue, see if anybody posted. Thanks for sending that, man. It's cool to get to know you guys, like to know my viewers and where you guys are with music. I have a lot of fun with that. Hold on, let me respond to Carbon. I posted this. It's a finished tune I skipped for the feedback stream. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. That's pretty much that's the show. I've been live for about 7 hours, and I think that's all I got for you guys. If you guys can, check out the website, consider the memberships, join the Discord if you're not here already. Although I don't see why you wouldn't be here if I don't see why you would be here if you're not here for the tune feedback, and you know how that goes. But yeah, much love to you all. I think that I'm going to be done for the day. I think that I'm done with music for the day. I think I'm going to go play some Crosscode after I do like a small workout and stretch and stuff. But yeah, does anybody have any questions about anything before I go? And regarding the stream, do we want to take one more listen to what we made earlier today? How about that? How about we listen to the tune I made one last time before we skedaddle? If that's okay with you all. Let's do that. Thank you all for watching. I'm going to play this tune out, and then I will hop off stream. This is what we've made the last couple days. And yeah, we can just veg out on that. And if you guys want to tell me how bad my tune is, then you're more than welcome to, by all means. But yeah, let's have a listen, and then we'll skedaddle and have a good rest of our weekend. So yeah, the big thing that we did today was we made the main section 1C and 1D, and then I just copy pasted main 1A and main 1B over. But tomorrow or the next time I hop on stream, I will go back and do some micro edits to kind of change that up and maybe add some more rhythm to that. But yeah, we started this from scratch yesterday, and then we got to this point today. So that's pretty much what I have for that. But yeah, for sure. Much love, everybody. That's all I got for you guys today. I'm gonna head out, and please enjoy the rest of your evening. Please stay motivated, keep making tunes, and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. We're really close to 5,000. Really close. I'm almost there, and that would be cool. So, bye, everybody. I will see you next time.